we ready to go? And we're live on the stream. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening for everyone who's watching via YouTube. Good morning to everyone in the room. We have a busy day ahead of us, going concern in the morning and fraud in the afternoon. As the chair is prone to do, I make a lot of mistakes these days, but one of the oversights I made yesterday was failing to welcome Antoine Boitard, who's here with us. Sadly, Fabian Cerruti, Isabel's TA, wasn't able to attend this meeting due to prior commitments, but I mean, Antoine, we're happy to have you here. Welcome. And I hope you're enjoying the meetings and you're keeping busy at the same time, as TAs tend to do during these sessions. So we are looking at the first full read of the targeted revisions to ISO 570 this morning. And speaking of welcomes, welcome Josephine. It's great to have you here. You notice you're no longer at the foot of the table. I put you right across so I could stare at you. But keep you exactly. This was a special request of many board members after the last meeting. So I'll see if I can live up to the request. Josephine, over to you.
Right, lovely, thank you, and what a nice welcome. Morning, everyone. Looking forward to catching up with those of you who haven't spoken to and hearing all about yesterday's excitement. Before I start, actually, I want to thank my TA for standing in for me yesterday. I had a very important family wedding I had to attend, and so I couldn't make it Monday, and I apologize, but thank you, TK, really appreciate that. In terms of going concern, as always, I have my list here. Huge thanks to Kalina and Sally Ann for all the sheer quality and volume of work they've gone through and turned around over the last couple of months. Then, of course, to Isabel, Wendy, and Ado for their really wise counsel, as always. Thanks as well to Danielle and the Technology Consulting Working Group, and Dan and the Auditor Reporting Consulting Group on all their support and looking at all our papers and inputting to the papers you see today. Really appreciate that. Very good coordination. As you may well know, I'm not really into chit chat. I like to just get things done, but there is something I did want to share. Prior to our task force meeting in October, we attended an event. I attended an event at which and I'll tell you what event when we're not on the public record, but anyway, at which the company representative noted that their mission statement, or their real statement as an organization, is experimentation, curiosity, and uncompromising quality. And of course, having heard that at the time, I thought immediately of the IAASB and particularly of our task force and going concern, because we are experimenting, we are being curious, but we are also trying to make sure this is uncompromising quality. So at this point, I'd like to apologize to my task force for constantly reminding them throughout the meeting of these important words. And no doubt you will hear them again from me at some point. So ahead and in advance, I apologize, but I thought you might like to hear those. So to work, we did actually catch up with our friends at the IAASB and talk through some of our recent proposals. We did obviously say that the board have yet to talk through some of these, but our focus was on the timeline for the assessment, which again, they continue to support and say it is consistent with IAASB standards. And broadly happy with the definition of material uncertainty, which was very supportive of them. They didn't have any particular comments on our transparency proposal, broadly again nodding and in agreement. They did make some minor suggestions in relation to our description of significant doubt that we've introduced into the application material, which as a board we can discuss today. Particularly to clarify, it is the ISA description, and recognizing that there may well be definitions for these terms that exist in accounting standards. We also, as you know, heard from the SMPAG, very kindly noted that our engagement with them on the project, which was helpful. And generally, I would say that they are supportive of the direction we are heading in addressing some of their concerns around the timeline, but we do need to check that there isn't unnecessary circularity in some of the requirements or application material. And on written confirmations from providers of finance, we need to maybe take another look at that wording just to make sure it's absolutely clear that this is just an example of a procedure that the auditor could use, rather than implying at some point it is the absolute way forward in all cases. And I think that's probably the summary of what they said. I think that's fair, is it? Yeah. Okay. So working our way through our to-do list, if you don't mind. Next slide. Thank you. See, this is why I don't do it, because I remember. There we go. So, so as I say, working through our to-do list. So we're ready to present to the board the final draft for ED for approval in March. The last two topics we needed to cover were external sources and also technology. So actions in our project proposal in relation to information from sources external to the entity included, and I summarize, enhancing the application material to emphasize consideration of information from sources external to the entity when evaluating whether events or conditions may exist, and enhancing requirements and or application material to clarify considerations, including the intent and ability related to financial support from a third party. And in terms of technology, we agreed to enhance the application material to reflect the auditor's use of technology to perform the auditor's work related to going concern. And we have also prepared the first draft of the conforming, I say we, Kalina, prepared the first draft of the conforming and consequential amendments, which of course includes proposed changes to the illustrative reports and other standards, which is a bulk of the changes there. Then following the meeting in September, and we took into account the board feedback at that meeting, the going concern task force continued to discuss the other topics included in the second box, but essentially we have now covered all the actions in the project proposal, and of course look forward to hearing all feedback on our proposals today. So that is my chit chat over. And we're going to move now, Tom, into question 1, if we can, or 5. Let's just skip all the way to question, no, oh, shame, never mind. So the board is asked for its views on the initial proposals for information from sources external to the entity, which is discussed in paragraphs 10 to 16 of the issues paper, and as reflected in the relevant paragraphs included in agenda item 4A. And I won't read them all out, but essentially they're there on the screen in the far left box at the bottom. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so let's go to question 1. Any comments? Kai, and we were assured that it would not be a bomb, but you know.
There's no bomb. Thanks very much, and good morning to everyone. Josephine, thank you very much for presentation and all the work you have done, and your task force and the staff. I very support the task force approach to information from source external to the entity. That's all. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yosh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I have just two comments about the matter 1, and thank you very much for a very readable paper for the task force. Thank you very much. The first one is in relation to information from external sources. I think that the possibility of using external parties such as lawyers should be explicitly mentioned, because in some cases it may be necessary for the auditor to consider situations where the laws and regulations of each jurisdiction may affect the going concern of the entity. And second one, I suppose that there is a possibility that the auditor's use of information from external sources may cause conflicts with the results of management going concern assessment. So it might be necessary to describe the auditor's consideration for such cases with conflicts with the result of management going concern. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Sashiko.
Thank you, Tom. And good morning, everybody. With regard to question 1, I'd like to comment on paragraphs A18A, big A, and A18, big B, which talks about external confirmation from external financial providers. I heard it's sometimes difficult to obtain written confirmation on renewal or borrowing facilities. And therefore, in practice, I heard that it is widely practiced by auditors to conduct interviews directly with loan officers at financial institutions. I think maybe it is appropriate to mention such procedures as well in the application material in addition to external confirmation as it reflects practice. And it may a little bit help SMPAG's comment you mentioned. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chun-Wei.
Thank you, Tom, and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you, Josephine and your task force for the tremendous amount of work. And as Yosh observed, it's a really readable and enjoyable paper. So thank you for that. I have a few I'm supportive of many of the things that you've done here. I just have a few comments sort of scattered throughout. So I thought I'll just raise some of the points here. So starting with A10C, and this is a question, just observing that the wording is different because we have changed within and outside to internal and external too. And I think it's a change in the wording from what we have in 315 and 540. So, I mean, we don't have to stick to the same wording, but just wondering whether there's a reason for the change, because otherwise it may cause unnecessary confusion. 10.8, sorry, just need to scroll, A16D. So A16D is on scalability, and I think it's a great addition to the application material. I guess the only comment I have is it seemed to anchor the auditor's effort on what the management has done. And that's in most cases appropriate, but obviously will be an issue in scenario where the management has not done what they need to do. So I think that's the theme in terms of the changes that we've made throughout this standard. So just maybe a need to recognize or acknowledge that that's a possibility, and where that happens, then the auditors will need to just respond accordingly. So it's just in terms of the anchoring point here. A17A, and this is a minor comment on the 4th bullet here, because the 4th bullet talks about inspecting written plans, etc., etc. And I think that's a reasonably important kind of point. But then you sort of tie it to planned disposal of assets. Actually, it should be in relation to any planned course of action. So I just wonder if we want to just make it a little bit broader, planned course of action, and just keep the planned disposal of asset point in the bullet below. So it's a minor point, but I thought we are being a little bit restrictive here. Last comment in this part is on A19. And again, it's a minor point, but A19 covers obtaining written confirmation. And it talks about obtaining confirmation about the intent, I think. And obviously there are more procedures later on that talks about the need to establish the ability, which obviously is important. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, typically in confirmation, you try to confirm both intent and ability. So just wondering whether you want to just add that in. But of course, emphasizing on the need to do all the work to ensure that the ability is covered later on. Yeah, so thanks for that.
Thank you, Chun-Wei. Lynn.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I agree with the approach around intent and ability, but note it is difficult to get evidence around intent. On paragraph A19A, just a couple of suggestions for further procedures on ability. Maybe inquiring with legal counsel as to any legal restrictions on providing support in discussion with the group auditor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Sue.
Thanks. Thank you, Josephine. I support the approach that's outlined. So very comfortable with that on the sources external. I've got a couple of sort of small drafting points which I'll send through separately. The one maybe just to call out is the heading above A10, which references relevant audit evidence, which is a phrase that we've taken out in the work we've been doing on 500. Thanks.
Len.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Josephine and the task force, I'm very supportive of the proposal, but I just want to put on record, I particularly like A18B and A19. I guess, different jurisdiction, different economy, financing are done differently, certain jurisdiction, almost, for example, in the state planning economy, a lot of time you default to government to come in and provide financing. And often you are difficult to get confirmation from the government or regulatory agencies. And I don't think auditor has done enough in those economy to seeking all the evidence. So I think A18B and A19 will actually put our auditor on alert to do more work. So I fully support that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Diane.
Thanks, Tom. Josephine, first of all, thanks to you and the task force. Overall, I was quite pleased with the work that you've put forward here. And I do think a lot of the examples that you've provided are going to be really helpful. I've got some comments that I'll send through, but just a couple that I'll pull out as examples of kind of where I was headed. In A16D, you've got a nice blue box chock full of good examples. And this gets a little bit to ability and intent, which I think are really key when you're thinking about going concern. And when you're underneath the paragraphs, underneath assumptions, and we're in a situation where the company has said, don't worry about it, we're going to execute some sort of restructuring plan that get us out of the woods. Any of those future efforts are really critical to assess the ability and intent. And Lynn brought this up. There are things that we could build into that, like looking at their debt agreements, looking at the board, talking to board members, understanding what can be done unilaterally versus what has to go through board approval, which is really important because that just may be another hindrance. So I think underneath that first paragraph and assumptions, when we talk about develop plans for future restructuring, we're limited right here. You're talking about forward-looking assumptions, but I also think that could be an opportunity to weave into it ability and intent. The second comment that I would make is on A19. AA. And on this one, oh my, you've got another good example in here. And towards the end, very last sentence in the example, this is a situation where you may be getting a letter of financial support or additional support from an owner manager. We've got a sentence that says the auditor may evaluate the owner's ability to meet the obligation. And I know we can't say should, but I would suggest perhaps that could be stronger. The auditor evaluates the managers, because all these letters of financial support are only as good as the entity who's providing that support has the ability to make whole and to satisfy that obligation. So I think here's another example where we could tighten up a bit and say the auditor evaluates the owner manager's ability to meet the obligation. That's it. Thank you.
Diane, thank you for that point. It was along the lines that I picked up too, that something, except I wouldn't go down to the explanatory material, the guidance on 19. I feel a little bit better about it. Sort of the binding nature, that how binding it is. If I were rewriting 540, I would have had ability and intent in binding element, because that's the real crux. You know, you could have a lot of people who are incentivized to say that they're willing to provide financial support. One minor thing, I say thankfully that there's a lot of cusp in this document already, so I thank you for that. But one minor cusp point is we should avoid phraseology that may only happen to be understood by English, native English speakers, like the concept of marginal headroom. It seems to be a very idiomatic term, which is it appears in A18A. But I wanted to just highlight how much cusp has been brought into this document more than anything else. But that's an example of the one thing that we should avoid in our standards is idiomatic expressions. Tough to translate. Sort of think about max headroom in that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So number one thing, we will look at marginal headroom. Thank you for that, because the chair has said so. Thank you ever so much for the supportive comments there. We've got a few little additional there we can really, which will be really helpful. So we'll look to explain in some of the examples references to the legal interactions. Thank you for that. And when in conflict there, thinking about where management and the auditor are in conflict, which has come up again in this conversation. Thinking about adding interviews with lenders and also making sure, thank you, a couple of comments, that the language we're using is consistent with our other standards, particularly Sue's standard and ISO 540. And then also, it was a good point, Chinwe, that at some point it is recognized that you may be in a situation where management is just not even making an assessment. So you actually can't perform this work. So we'll just make sure that link to what does the auditor do in those situations is tied through nicely. There's a bit of tying through and connecting that we need to do as well. We'll have another look, thank you, at combining intent and ability a little bit better. Lynn, yes, thank you for that. Another point on inquiring of legal counsel, and we'll fix the headings. Thank you. And again, another connection between intent and ability is building better connection between future efforts, such as restructuring or whatever that might be, refinancing, and the intent and ability from that perspective. And we'll strengthen and we'll seek to strengthen the example in A19AA to a much more factual statement as it isn't an example. So that's perfectly feasible. So thank you very much. Great feedback. Thank you as always. So now we're on to question 2, and this is where we had the great help from Danielle and the Technology Consulting Group. So could we have your input on our initial proposals for audit techniques and the use of technology, which is discussed in paragraphs 18 and 19 of the issues paper, and it's reflected in the relevant application material paragraphs in agenda item 4A. Thank you, Tom.
Speaking of technology, this is the hard part if you're using iPads. We have to switch between papers. Okay. Question 2. Let's just be clear for a cultural perspective. You don't have to agree with the chair. I want to put that on the record right now. Sashka.
Thank you, Tom. Overall, I support the task force direction on question 2, but I have a kind of small comment on paragraph A16, big WB. When looking at the draft, I get a kind of impression that the example provided in the books does not fit with the situation described in the sentence before the box, because the sentence before the box describes that auditor may consider whether management has provided adequate explanation. On the other hand, the example box talks about auditor's use of automated tool and techniques in checking formulas or macros. So it is not linked together very well in my mind. So maybe perhaps the task force can reconsider the wordings to read a little bit easier in this paragraph. But overall, I support the direction. Thank you.
Wait.
Thank you. I have the exact same point as Sachiko. I was reading it and I was like, these are not examples. So you almost need a heading called technology consideration or something. So these look like different points. But I think these are great points, just doesn't look like examples to me.
Okay. Back to you, Josephine.
Okay, thank you. We'll have another look at the lead-in and the example in A16BB. Thank you, Sachiko Chungwee, and thank you for your support. So we're now on to question 3, and here we have made some additional changes to the terminology. Just as a quick reminder, we dealt with the events and conditions, and we removed the wording from the standard from that perspective, but we kept it in the application material in terms of looking at them individually or collectively. And also we've introduced a description, not a definition. I just want to make that very clear. It's a description of significant judgment. And we did actually spend a lot of time looking at the, as you'll know, at the IFRIC papers on discussions over the years on going concern and concerns raised about a lack of a definition of significant judgment. So there's some material there that we used. And also we looked at some of the US GAAP material, which has been incredibly helpful as well. So what we came to was really pulling some of those ideas together in terms of that description. And I think oh yes, sorry, significant doubt. Don't worry, I'm not trying to now justify significant judgment. Got it stuck in my head. Thank you. Significant doubt. Good thing Sally Ann's here, keeping me awake. So if the board, Tom, if the board can give us their views on our proposed changes to the relevant paragraphs, and there aren't many, it's 9A, A2C, and A2D in the draft. Thank you.
Okay, on 9A, A2, A2D. Give you a moment. So sorry. I was getting to the page.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. So I understand the rationale for the changes to individually and collectively, but I feel going through the detail of all of this that maybe that's been taken a step too far, because the collectively consideration is a really important element, and I just feel that potentially we're underplaying that. So there's a danger that you overlook the importance of the consideration of the collective impact if things are sort of pointing in the right direction. So when I send the comments through, I think there's clearly some tidying up that is beneficial, but I think there's also some places where it would be helpful to retain that consideration of the collective element as well as the individual. Thanks.
Thank you.
So am I reading, if this definition with this subject to that consideration comes back to the board with the application material, that people are going to be happy with them?
The descriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Sue. Yes, we're in the outreach as well. We had heard that perhaps we've just gone too heavy with our slashing knife here on this one. So we will go back. And one suggestion was that perhaps at least if it can be retained in the definition of material uncertainty, at the very least, that would be a good step forward. So we'll take that back to task force and do our noodling. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're now on to question 4, Tom, where we're looking for feedback from the board on changes that we've made in response to the board comments in September primarily. So this is the risk identification and assessment. So primarily paragraphs 10A and 11B, Tom, and the related application material. Thank you.
Okay. As we all shuffle our paper. Let's note too, Sue, this is sustainable ways of working. I didn't print out any papers. Diane.
Josephine, again, I was very pleased with this section. There's two theoretical things that I would raise, and they both deal with the very first sections, which are paragraphs 10A and then A6G and A6GG. And the two things that I would ask you just to think about is some of the wording that's in there is fine, and it clearly implies that going concern is an estimate, which it likely is. I think one of the things to noodle on is whether all the requirements to evaluate that estimate are going to sit in 570, or are people expected to go and look at 540 as well? So just linking that estimate requirement to going concern if we truly believe it is an estimate. The second one is about the disclosures. So, 315 requires an understanding of financial reporting process for significant disclosures, not all disclosures, but the significant ones. And I guess what I'm curious about is whether we believe the going concern disclosures will automatically default to a significant disclosure under 315. So again, two theoretical things, one dealing with the disclosures and whether automatically it would be a presumed significant disclosure and follow through the 315 on that. And then the role of estimates, and is everything going to be here, or do people need to make a pit stop back on 540? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chun-Wei?
Thank you. I only have a very minor comment, and this on A3, the bullet that's been added, including sustainability-related matters in relation to changes in law or regulation. So I'm very supportive of this. The only thing is, I think when we talk about changes in law or regulation or policies, government policy, a lot of it is actually hinging on climate. So I think it's worth just calling out climate over here. So maybe you can say including climate or other sustainability related matter.
Okay, thank you. Wow, the task force is, Isabel, thank you.
Yes, I'm a member of the task force, but I wanted to answer to Chun-Wei. In my mind, there's also pollution that is not part of climate, and you have a lot of law to protect environment against pollution. So that's why I think it's bigger than climate.
And I agree. So I'm not suggesting removing sustainability. I'm just saying calling out climate, so including climate or other. Yeah.
Judgment.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a think about that. We might be able to put an EG in there, which satisfies both views, but I would agree with Isabel that it's actually sustainability and sustainability related risks that we have to think about in the financial statements. It's not just climate risks. And I think just generally, just overall, we need to move away from always thinking about just climate related risks. But I think certainly as an example, it's a fair example. So we'll have a look at what we can do with the words there. Thank you. And Diane, thank you for that. Yet we'll have another, we will noodle that. How can we better link to going concern as it relates to the financial statements and the work in 315 and in terms of significant transactions, disclosures, etc., and in terms of ISO 540. So thank you for that. We'll look at those connections. Appreciated. Okay. So
Eric, did you want to come in?
Sorry.
Sorry, I might be too early actually. I had a comment about paragraph 18A. Is that under question 4 or no?
Yeah, too early. A18A or 18A?
18A.
Yeah,
your interest is noted when we get to 18A.
Okay, so again, just reflecting on the board's comments in September. Sorry, I will catch up eventually. And we did a few amendments to management assessment of going concern. So if the board, Tom, can give us their views on paragraphs 12 to 12A, 16BB, 16D to 16E, and then the related application material on that. And of course, that also deals with the timeline as well. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Not quite yet for this, Eric, but you could come in on this section as well. And I will call on you first.
Thanks very much. One of the things I was struggling with here was really the relationship of paragraph 12 and the following requirements, where they seem to go back and forth a bit. And I was really struggling with how, because 12 starts talking about designing performing audit procedures to evaluate management's assessment. And then there's requirements further along about, well, when management hasn't done an assessment, you have to do something else. So I was just worried about the ordering of these paragraphs. And one of the things I did was I looked at 540, paragraph 22, and I thought that was quite well laid out, because what they did there was equivalent to paragraph 12, they said you should be designing audit procedures and explaining what you're trying to do with those audit procedures to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about particular things. And then the requirements underneath kind of follow from that. So just wondering if you could take a look at that in terms, because it might help people flow through or understand the flow of those requirements a bit better. In 16BB, it requires the auditor to request management to revise its going concern assessment. So it sort of immediately goes to, I've identified something, you have to go away and do a reassessment. And I wondered if that was just jumping ahead a little bit too far. Would the auditor not have a discussion with management about the event and condition and ask management to consider the implications for that on their assessment before actually needing to go and do a revision? It just seemed a bit too onerous to sort of immediately go back to management and say you have to go and redo your assessment without them having a chance to look at what the event and condition is and what the implications are on that one. On A19B, so this is talking about a situation where the auditor has determined that there's additional information. Sorry, I'm scrolling down to it. And the first sentence, single B, A19B, it says that the auditor has identified a material uncertainty exists. And then it goes into, sorry. Giving you the right one here. Yeah, so it says when the auditor determines that additional information indicates that material uncertainty exists, the auditor may request management to amend its assessment. Then it goes into this example. But the example starts with a situation where there's been a delay in obtaining the information or delay in the approval of the financial issuance of the financial statements. So you haven't actually, you don't really know that that's because of a material uncertainty at that point. You only know that there's been a delay. So it just seemed like the first sentence was inconsistent with the example. And so perhaps the auditor needs to evaluate whether that delay was caused by a material uncertainty or some other condition. And I guess, sorry, I've got one last point, which is on 16D. When we discussed this at the last meeting, we were concerned about the relationship of this paragraph 16D with 560. Because as you know, 560 says the auditor does not need to perform any procedures after the date of the auditor's report. But 16D seems to go beyond that because it requires the auditor to consider any additional information up to the date the financial statements are issued. So between the date of the auditor's report and the date the financial statements are issued, this requirement requires the auditor to be considering whether there's any additional information. And so it seems to be that these are in conflict with each other. So I'm not sure, well, I'm just pointing it out at this point. My suggestion is you'd probably have to limit that requirement so that it's not inconsistent with 560. That's it.
Eric, I'll let Josephine clarify that point. Going back to your issue earlier about jumping too far ahead, you felt like it's an abrupt choice. I just want to make sure I understood your point. Your point is you don't object to the ultimate conclusion of this assessment to be where the going concern committee, and then I'll get to the paragraph. I think it said 12, is it 12? 16, maybe 16 BB. Your concern is not ultimately that's where the auditor may land. It's just that there should be something in between, or
just because you found an event or condition, to me, it didn't automatically mean, okay, management has to go back and redo all their calculations. It needs to be a bit, there's an interim step of kind of evaluating.
Well, that's my question to you,
Okay.
is you don't mind this being a possible ending point, but your point, the reason I raised this is because I look two seats down. This sort of the whole intent of this is to address some of the public interest points on this, the independent evaluation by an auditor and the impact and our concern that the auditor shouldn't go beyond the role of an audit, the role of the auditor. So I felt this was an elegant way ultimately to address it, but I take your point. That's why I wanted to see if you had a fundamental concern on 16BB as an endpoint in that discussion with management.
No, definitely think you have to go back to management, and they've got the responsibility, and so it's discussing with them what the implications are and then assessing their response.
Okay, Josephine, I'll let you respond. Do you wanted to come in and the final point?
Yeah, I just want to, if you don't mind, thank you, Eric. So just then going back to that, on 16BB, you're just looking at have a conversation first requirement before you're moving into. So let's noodle on that, because we might start confusing the standard, because there's a few other places where let's have a conversation first. And so it's making sure it's all connected. And maybe your point about, we'll have a look at 540, maybe there's something about the ordering there that might help with that. But I understand the point, and thank you for that. In terms of 16D, it's not the auditor's report. It's actually so I need to understand it's where additional information has become available to the auditor after the date in which management made its assessment and before the date financial statements are issued. It doesn't say auditor's report. The auditor's report has not been issued here. So it would make sense. So as far as the next steps are concerned, they're well within the boundaries of what we're required to, what the auditor is required to do. So we'll have another look and make sure that's absolutely clear. But I just wanted to say that is not the intent. And I totally pick up the point that, yes, once you're in the realm of the auditor isn't required to do any work, we'll make sure it's very clear. And then in terms of A19B, again, we probably need to tweak it because it's not clear. But if eventually, a few lines down, what we're saying, it's the delay is because of events and circumstances. So events and conditions. So essentially, they've already made that determination. So maybe the example's upside down, and we can have a look at tweaking that so that's clear, and that should help, I would imagine. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry, Julie, I know you're waiting patiently.
Preempted me. Maybe I don't want to now feel like I'm insulted, Julie, but Julie, it's your turn. By the way, we'd like to note good news in this board. Congratulations on becoming a fellow of the Ontario CPA.
Thank you, Tom. No pressure now for this comment.
Yes, I'm elevated. That's what Josephine does.
Well, I think I have a very similar point to Eric's, but the reason why Josephine and I should thank you for all your work. I've got confused now on what I was going to say. And the reason why I think I have a similar point to what Eric was describing is because when I got to 16 big E, it talks about the fact that you've got this other information that you've come across, management didn't disclose it to you, and you've now decided it's related to going concern, and it puts you back up to 16 BB in that case. And I just wondered if that was a bit of a leap to say, I've got this information, it's related to going concern, and now I'm going to automatically request management to redo their assessment again. And maybe Eric's suggestion helps me because I think there's just a piece missing in there. Like, you need to somehow connect, I've got additional information, it's related to going concern, to now say, I think I have a potential material uncertainty. So maybe when you go back to the task force and think about the 16 BB comment, you can just think about it with respect to 16E because they're connected. And it was 16E that kind of made me think about that. So I just wanted to add that flavor to it.
Thank you. Bill?
I'm just going back to the issue, and this is going back to the issues paper next to this question. And I think this is a point you were alluding to, Tom, is that says the PIOB expressed a preference that the auditor develop their own expectation of going concern, and you proceed through the issues paper to say that's inoperable and we're not going that way. I don't disagree with the conclusion, but I just think because it's a recommendation from the PIOB, it ought get some ratification at this board table.
Yeah, that's why I raised the clarification following Eric, and obviously Michael could come in if he feels appropriate. I don't want to spotlight him on this unless he wants to come in, but I thought this was our way, or the task force's way, to deal with the substance of the PIOB concern without violating basic roles and responsibilities of an auditor in the context of going concern, just like we've done on fraud, not going beyond the context of an audit in regards to fraud. So Josephine, if you want to give some context, it's a really important point, at least for us to at least acknowledge that the PIOB has raised it. I'll asking you for context as I'm speaking on behalf of the task force, and then Michael, I see your card's up as well.
Yes, we did raise this point, and I think the approach that the task force is taking is a reasonable response to what we've suggested. So it is calling on the auditor to make an assessment, and if it identifies information on risks that that management apparently hadn't taken into account, or that that it needs to take into account because it didn't know it or was just trying to avoid it. Who knows the reason? But that they should go back and push management to take another look at their assessment. And so personally, I wouldn't have a problem with them talking with management about their concern before automatically forcing management to revise their assessment and redo the work. I think that's reasonable, but it would be, let's say, an explicit step that they would need to take to do that. Not just that, well, they might think about talking with management about it and maybe think about asking management to revise something. They should be having the onus to do something about what they found. So I think my colleagues and I would agree that you're on the right track, or a good track with that. However, we did have a discussion the other day about this, and I guess the issue of avoiding providing original information is an important one, and that sort of stands as a guidepost here as to what you're trying to accomplish, and not have the auditor provide original information. But we did note that in close call situations, that an auditor might end up providing original information. And so this wouldn't be the only case where an auditor would be expected to do that. And so we would like to encourage the board and the task force to think about whether that concept and trying to avoid the disclosure of original information by the auditor is absolutely essential in cases like this, or whether there should be the possible ability and encouragement perhaps of the auditor to do that if the situation calls for
it. Thank you, Michael. So I get a sense that we're on the right track, but some from the PIOB's perspective with some challenge to us to consider how creative we could be in this regard. But I feel like we're trying to be responsive to the substance of the concern, and I'm glad at least it's acknowledged. More to come on this, and particularly from the board members who have their tents up. Chun Wei.
Thank you, Tom. So first of all, I think in terms of 16BB, I was okay with it because I thought this covers quite a severe kind of situation where there are events and conditions that the client has either failed to identify or have identified but willfully, presumably, refused to reveal that information to the auditor. So I was okay with 16BB. The only thing is maybe the small b. I was just wondering why is it not design and perform like what we have in 12. So that's my only point on 16BB. So the reason why I have my 10 card up is, I think the same reason, if I understood Julie's comment correctly, I have the exact same point on 16E, because like Julia, I thought that that's a missing piece here, because the only sort of trigger for the auditors to jump to a 16BB procedure is that the additional information relates to the management assessment of the ability to continue as a going concern. And we almost missed the bit about, so what has management done with it? Right, so there seems to be this missing consideration. And if you read it that way and follow this sequence, even in a scenario where the management has done what they need to do, they took the incremental information into consideration, they did a reassessment, and they convey all this information to the auditors still need to go and do the 16BB, which seems a little bit of an over, in particular, the small a. I think small b is still relevant, but small a will be redundant in this kind of situation. So I do agree that there's a missing bit about what management has done and taking that into consideration. Thanks.
Diane, was that a two-handed raise of sorts?
I'm not sure what you mean by two-handed.
That you're coming in directly on the point?
Yeah, and I was just gonna offer that I was quite okay with how it was written. I thought you covered every possible thing that could happen, right? You're first dealing with what information is in their assessment, then you've got this wonky period where maybe something happened after the assessment. So it is, you have to navigate through it. And maybe there's a clearer way to do it, but to me, I was quite comfortable with the steps. I think it outlined all the possible situations you could have, and it's telling the auditor what to do, which is essentially you need to go back to management and say, what are you going to do about this? So I was quite okay with it.
Okay, not to preempt others. With their tent up, who wants to come in on that general point? Okay, I'll call on Yosh.
Thank you, Tom. I have just one comment about the similar point. Issues paper paragraph 35, with respect to the auditor's own expectation, I agree that it is not practicable to require it in all situations. However, there are situations in which it may be appropriate to conduct an auditor's own expectation, in fact, in past over the consideration of management assessment. For example, when the auditor considered the reasonableness of management assessment by making own estimates as a result of examining the assumptions used in estimating future cash flows in management assessment. Therefore, the necessity of the auditor's own expectation should be explicitly described by providing an example of something. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sachika?
Thank you, Tom. I have a comment on paragraph 16, big E, and paragraph A, 19, big B. But I think my point is kind of wordings. I think because there are kind of inconsistency between these paragraphs, because in paragraph 16, big E, if the auditor determined that additional information is related to management assessment, the auditor is required to request management to revise its going concern assessment in accordance with paragraph 16, big WB, small a. But on the other hand, paragraph A19, big B indicates that requesting management amend its assessment is an option, as it used the word may. So there's some inconsistency between requirement and application material. It might kind of relates to kind of circularity with the requirement, but maybe we need to think about the wording so that at least requirement and application model is consistent. That's a point from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
Thanks. My comments on 16B, BB, and initially I thought it was a kind of drafting comment, but actually having listened to Julian and Eric, I think it's probably a bit deeper than that. The point was around in little a, it talks about requesting management to revise its assessment by performing additional procedures. And my initial question was, it's not normally management that's performing procedures, it's normally the auditor. But having followed the discussion we've had, I'm actually wondering whether little a is covering both the steps that we've talked about, which is the additional procedures that the auditor would undertake to understand what the issue is, and then the potential follow-on for requesting management to revise their going concern assessment. So Maybe Josephine, when you're doing that noodling, it could be that the fix is as simple as kind of splitting that up or something like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Michael?
Yes, I'd just like to come in and clarify one of the comments that I made earlier. I think I was misreading my notes, having woke up too early this morning. But the example that I wanted to draw in a possible parallel was on the situation where the auditor would issue a qualified opinion. And in that case, they would be disclosing original information. And so that was the example that I meant to use that could be considered here as well. Sorry about that.
Okay. Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So some connectivity between those, and just making sure that, to Diane's point, we have got all the steps in the right place and we're not missing something, including the conversation first, where conversation is necessary. And some of the wording as well. I as soon as you said that out loud, Sue, about performing additional procedures, yes, it's true. We do think of that from the auditor's perspective, but there's certainly tweaks we can make there. Yosh, I do have to say, I don't think there are situations where it's possible for the auditor to follow the same line in 540 and make a point estimate. They do not have any influence over management's decisions in terms of their strategic decisions, their future actions, their ability to secure funding, refinance. The auditor cannot make that judgment. And the auditor could sit and say, well, they can realize this asset, but they have no ability to actually, and nor should they, be engaging in management decisions. So it isn't the same as 540. You cannot get to a point estimate from that perspective. So I'm sorry, but I don't think it would be appropriate for us to provide an example, because it's not actually, it may imply that the auditor can actually make this decision and they cannot. This is definitely responsibility of management and not auditor in that respect. Michael, agree. The only time really where you might stand back and decide that isn't appropriate to disclose information is if you're thinking about overall the fair presentation of the financial statements and whether or not management is really complying with that overall aspect of what we're presenting in the financial statements. So there may not be a disclosure requirement, there may not be a requirement to introduce disclosures in the financial statements. Management chooses not to, but the auditor makes a decision that these financial statements therefore are not being fairly presented. And so that is a situation, and then you would have to go down to your point, just spot on a qualification, and then you would actually have to actually explain why you're qualifying in the first place. So yes, we could take that on board. We do have material in the standard already, but we can have a look at whether there's something else that we can do there. It may be as simple as referring back to where we discussed this in ISA 705 as well. So we'll look at that. And I think that was it. There were some other editorial suggestions coming through as well. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so question 6. The professional skepticism. So we've done some noodling as a task force, a few tweaks here and there. So we would actually like to get your input on the proposed changes. So we've got 17, and then 17 big A and 18 big A, and then the related application material paragraphs. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Eric.
Thanks, Tom. Generally like the changes. The only one I questioned was the requirement in paragraph 18, big A, which as I read it, I thought, oh, I'm sure I've seen this somewhere before. And when I look at 330 and sort of paragraphs 26, 27, there seem to be very similar requirements. So my first point was, when you look at 330, what they say is if you get to the situation where you're unable to obtain the next step is to see if you can get more audit evidence before you evaluate the implications. So I just wondered if that was missing from this requirement or not. And then the second point was, should this be somewhat made more going concern specific to differentiate it from 330, because 330 is more kind of the overall point. So I wasn't sure how this tied in with 330, I guess, at the end of the day. But I thought it was appropriate to have a stand back and kind of figure that out. Thanks.
Away.
Thanks. I like the addition in A22A. Just that when I read it together with A22AA, it just, maybe it's just the way I read it, because A22A say that some degree of management bias is inherent in the judgment assumptions, right? So there will be some degree of management bias. And then A22AA say, when you identify indicators of possible bias, then you do this and that. So it sounds a little bit, when you read the two together, that you always have to have that conversation, you always have to do something. So I'm just wondering whether it's clear, or whether there's like a threshold or something that will result in you needing to do those things, versus, you know, when there's a trace of management bias which is inherent, you have to do that. Maybe I'm just reading it incorrectly. Sorry.
Anyone else? Okay, back to you, Josephine.
Yeah, so thank you, Eric. We'll have a look at that. Shall we, in terms of A22A then and A22AA, we're just explaining the story of how this might come about. A22 big A hasn't, double A, sorry, hasn't really changed very much. It's just giving you examples. So what would be useful is to ask you, do you feel that this is helpful? And if not, then we don't need to include it. This is a new paragraph. If you've not found it helpful, if you find it confusing, you preferred it the way it was before, then we can do that.
I found the addition A22A helpful. That acknowledgement is helpful. It's just, I'm not sure how I link it to A22AA. Maybe I need to think about it a little bit more, but when I put the two together, I have that confusion.
Okay.
If it's just me, then, you know, that's fine. That's
right. Yeah. So we can look at the connectivity before, then we'll go away and make sure that it's clear how they're, but it is just telling the story and setting it up. So we'll have another look. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we've made it through professional skepticism.
Okay, so again, question 7 is about the timeline. So in response to board's comments and other suggestions we received in September on the timeline, we have made some additional, we've added some additional material and made some tweaks to the some of the requirements. One of the primary tweaks that we made was to remove the contradiction in the requirements that the board agree that the date of approval of the financial statements is the point at which the timeline for the assessment should begin. And then we had a requirement there that basically contradicted that. So that was actually through very helpful discussion offline with Chun-Wee and Sachiko, we realized we had that issue there. So we have, we've got some tweaks in there in terms of the timeline. And we've also got some application material that explains that even if management has not extended their period, the auditor is still in a position where they may be able to get sufficient appropriate audit evidence to support the going concern assumption. And so hopefully now it's a bit clearer in that situation where if management has decided that they just don't need to extend it beyond the minimum period that the financial reporting framework sets out, that ultimately through discussion with management and other work that the auditor does, they can still come to a fairly appropriate conclusion that the going concern assumption is appropriate in the circumstances. So that's essentially the background to the changes that we made. We did obviously explain this in the issues paper. So Tom, if we can look at, get the board's feedback on paragraphs 13 big A to 13C, requirements in 14 big A to 14B, 15A, and then the related application material. Thank you.
Okay. 13A to 13C, 14s, 15s, and Eric?
Hello again. Like the material, I just was puzzled with 13 big B and the little b in there. Because when we read the requirement, which is that the auditor is required to request management to extend its assessment period to at least 12 months. Under A, why would we, what's the relevant, we just struggling to understand the relevance of B, which says if the applicable financial reporting framework does not specify the period to be covered. So it seems like you have to do it anyway, so I wasn't sure, we weren't sure what B added and wondered whether it could just be deleted. But maybe we're missing the point.
This has been there quite a while, and this was to address the situations where literally there are frameworks that do not give you a period at all, and so we use some of the guidance, if you recall, from the IAASB standard to help us with this. So if the framework doesn't set a period at all, then this is the situation where you would actually request that that period is extended to at least 12 months from the date of approval. So just highlighting that there are situations where the framework doesn't tell management how long, so they haven't actually done any period. They might have done 6 months, might have done 3 months. And so in those situations, you would need to make a request of management to extend their period.
But doesn't little a get you there anyway? I mean, it's already tells you that.
Well, but we've had that for a while, Eric. That's why I don't want to suddenly take that out. I want to make sure that the board is happy that we remove something that's been there for a while to deal with that actual situation. I'm not. If you feel that 13 big B little a gets you there anyway, then fine. But I just want to make sure that other members of the board are happy with taking that out because it has been there for a while.
Okay, certainly would welcome other board member comments on that point. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. What I want to say is first, before I start with my comment to paragraph 13b, Josephine, thank you very much, and to you and the task force for having made the changes I proposed to paragraph 12. Thanks. You remember that I have provided my fundamental concerns on paragraph 13b in the last few meetings, and I would like to refer again to those made then for further future reference. Sorry, thanks.
Julie?
Thanks. And Josephine, this is probably a structural question as opposed to anything else. And Eric may have provided you a solution a little earlier, but when I got to 13B, now that we've removed 13 and 13A, it felt like we jumped immediately into extending the assessment period without a little bit of context. So maybe what Eric suggested earlier around thinking about just the structuring of an ordering in these paragraphs would help that, because it felt like when we removed some of the earlier paragraphs, I felt a little bit out of order there. So.
John Wade?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Josephine. I was one of those who had, I guess, a challenge with the 12 months from the date of approval of financial statements. I just want to thank you and the staff for engaging us, Sachiko and myself in the call to discuss this, and appreciate all the effort to try to resolve the challenge that we have. I do think that the changes, the enhancement make it better, comparatively better. Especially the removal of 13As of help make the flow more logical. I just want to put on the record, I remain unconvinced that this is the best way to enhance the auditor's work here. I still feel, as I mentioned before, that 13A should be kept and emphasized instead. And I think that is where we need to that's where we can make the process a lot more robust. But I do understand that the ship has sailed on this. So let's see what the respondents come back to us on in terms of the ED. So thank you.
Sachiko.
Thank you, Tom, and it's very good to follow Chong-Wei's comment. I'm other one who raised the comment on paragraph 13B at the last board meeting, and I'm more comfortable now with the draft. So therefore I support the draft, because when I look at the draft, similar to Chong-Wei, I think the draft has much improved from the before one, because the flow with the requirement is now clearer for me. And I especially like the change in paragraph A13 big E, big A, because it helps me to understand that requirements should be read totality rather than kind of step by step in linear manner. So I really appreciate the task force, careful consideration and responded to my previous comment. My remaining question is whether people outside the board, without, having this discussion, can understand the intention clearly, but maybe this is something we need to test through exposure draft. So for record, I really appreciate task force hard work. Thank you very much.
Yosh.
Thank you, Tom. As I also mentioned about the paragraph 13B, the current proposed revision regarding the going concern assessment period provides that if the management's assessment period is shorter than the auditor's assessment period, the auditor shall always require that management extended assessment period. I'm supporting this position. On the other hand, when management does not extend the assessment period, there is a case where the auditor may ultimately determine that such management assessment period is reasonable. So I think that it would make more logical provision to consider whether management's current assessment period is reasonable before requesting management to extend the period, and to request extension only when management assessment period is determined to be unreasonable. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine.
Yeah, thank you. Sachiko, one of the things that we were talking about was that, sorry, I haven't had a chance to talk about this to staff or the task force, that I think the explanatory memorandum will have to really lay out what we're trying to achieve here. The starting point is that the feedback was, of course, that we are going to go from data approval of the financial statements as it's defined in 560. But in terms of the logical steps behind that and how the auditor can still get the evidence they need to meet that requirement, we've set that out in the application material. And so I'm just thinking out loud. So I think from the explanatory memorandum's perspective, we do need to set that out and make that very clear, so the auditor doesn't feel like they're being hung and dry in a situation where management says we just don't need to. There's no point. We've got plenty of profitable operations. We're in a really good position. If we were to extend it, this is what it's going to look like. It'll look the same. So we can actually set that out. And Yosh, I recognize that, the reasonableness conversation is what's sitting in the application material. Management have said, we don't need to go this far. And the auditors said, well, why not? They make those inquiries and they get the evidence they need that supports management's judgment. But we can't bring it into the application, into the requirements for the reasons that we took it out, is that it directly contradicts the requirement. And so from that perspective, that appropriateness of their period or the reasonableness of their period is all sitting now in the application material. Okay, thank you. And I think that was it. We're going to have another look at some of the connections as well. And we didn't get any feedback on your little b, Eric. So I think people are happy with it as it is.
Well, let's pause there just to make sure.
Yeah. I mean, we could roll it into the application material to support that. There is a possibility, but I do need to, obviously that's a conversation the task force need to have, and we can look at that and then, but no one else made any comments. So.
Making sure that it's the case. Anyone feel the same way as Eric? Content with the task force's desire to look at it and see if it can be rolled into the application material. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so again, we had some really good comments in September and how we could just tweak a little bit the comms with those charge of governance. So we're just a few changes to paragraphs 25, A36 big double B and A36 big D. And so Tom, if we could have the board's views on communications with those charge of governance. Thank you.
Okay, 25 and A36BB and A36D. Chun-Wei?
Yeah, so on 25, just wondering, given that we have now the 16BB situation, whether when this occur, you would want to communicate with those charged with governance. I thought so, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Josephine?
Thanks, Chun-Wei. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. It's a good spot. So we're now on to question 9. Jim. Thanks to Jim. We had a conversation with Jim in the period run up to December meeting. There was a challenge in respect to whether the application material was sufficiently explanatory of the situation a public sector entity might be in, particularly where they are potentially still having to make those disclosures under their other framework. And so what we've done is we've added additional, we do already have application material in A2 for public sector entities, but we also added A2BB. So we just wanted to get the board's views on whether they were happy with that application material paragraph, but particularly our friend Jim here, if he's happy with the direction, certainly. Thank you. Tom, over to the board.
Jim, would you like to respond first, or should I?
Actually, I'd like to hear what the board said, but
Bill?
Look, excuse me, it's my first year on the board and it should be taken offline, then let's do it. But I don't think we actually addressed the public sector in one paragraph. In the public sector, there are some quite different issues with respect to going concern. You can write multiple pages based on government policy and budgets and discontinuance of certain social services versus the actual entity. So I don't want to open the whole thing up, but just wanted to get some clarity around what is our obligation with respect to the public sector, because I do not think we address it in this standard.
So Lynn has some experience in the public sector. Do you want to come in now?
Yeah, our standards are meant to cover all sectors and all parts of the global ecosystem. So generally, there is a presumption that public sector and private sector things are the same, but there are differences, and that we call out the differences. And I think you're right in terms of this standard is particularly on the next question in terms of reporting. I've got some comments of the differences in the public sector that I don't think are called out, but I think we should call out. So we'll come to that. But increasingly over my career, I think the public sector and the private sector have converged or gone in parallel, whereas it used to be quite different. You know, one was cash, one was accrual, one had no reporting on non-financial information, one had it. Now the convergence is obvious, but in this case, there are some differences in going concern. Sovereign governments obviously have an ability to continue and to borrow that is different from the commercial sector. Having answered, I hope, some of Bill's concerns, I do have some comments on A25BB, and it's in particular the words "and disclose whether future budgetary resources will be likely to be sufficient to sustain public services." I don't know how many auditors actually do look at that, because sustaining public services is a very high standard and very uncertain, because almost always the demand for public services exceeds the supply. And so making this call, I think, is a really tough call. It certainly wasn't within my purview to do it, but I do know that there are some Auditor Generals that can. But my preference on this area, but I will defer to Jim, who has more contemporary knowledge than I do, I would prefer to delete and disclose down to public services, but leave in meeting long-term fiscal sustainability and obligations when they come due. I think that is more general and more useful. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. So I think Lynn built off some of the concerns that Bill shared in terms of maybe we could be a little bit more granular in some of the public sector issues. Jim, I assume that was the initial genesis of your question to the task force.
We did have a good conversation, or had a good conversation with Josephine on this issue. And the issue is in many cases, going concern doesn't quite fit into the public sector discussion. As you mentioned, we could go on and on today on that, but there's really two issues. There's one that's related to, let's say, bonds, and you could take in the US environment, which there's not many US representatives here, but in US environment, you could have a city that goes bankrupt, Detroit or something like that, or a number of others. That is one type of issue that's more traditional in how auditors evaluate going concern. But then there's the sovereign nations, which many arguably are not fiscally sustainable. And I won't mention any names. But in having that fiscal sustainability, it doesn't quite fit in the assessment. And because of that, I've received a fair amount of feedback, and this application guidance, while it doesn't fully address the many pages that we could add in, it does recognize that it's a little bit different. And Lynn, I agree with you on your thoughts for what we could take out. That would be much more succinct, but it does acknowledge that it is different. And so I think it's going to have the public sector, it will have Intosci and some of the other organizations much happier with where you've landed. So I'm very happy with what you have here.
Okay. Anyone else on public sector considerations? Thank you for that. Sometimes we we need to have a dedicated lens, speaking of fraud later, to the public sector. Okay, then maybe this is a good time for a break. I think we're nearly finished. So I raised the question is, if we do finish early, Lynn, since you're on task for either fraud or sustainability, which would you like to turn to if we have some time? And then we'll finish if we have time, so we keep things in consecutive order. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. So I say that right now because I know some of you have to prep papers for the session, and we'll go straight into fraud. Obviously, we have to move some people onto the table and off the table for it, but be ready to go start fraud if we finish early on going concern. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this is the 2-minute warning. Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone got a coffee or water or drink. We're gonna turn to question 10, which is related to transparency. Josephine, would you like to introduce the topic?
Thank you. Okay, yes. So question 10 is dealing with the changes that we've made since September in respect to transparency about going concern in the auditor's report. Just a couple of things to highlight. We did make a few changes to 21B in response to some niggles about the fact that we had originally made reference to the auditor's reference to events and conditions, but of course there may be situations where there is no requirement in the applicable financial reporting framework to actually disclose that information unless, for example, if you're in a material uncertainty situation. So this is where management, this is relating to the IFRIC decisions specifically, or other decisions where management has made an assessment but have come to the conclusion that there is in fact no material uncertainty, but yes, but then will still, because there were significant judgments made in that assessment, disclose those events and conditions. To address the scenario where it is not the case in the framework that that disclosure is required and management chooses not to require it, essentially that puts the auditor in a very tricky situation in response to this particular requirement. They can't respond to this requirement. So we went back and had a noodle about this, and as effectively we're going back to what did the stakeholders originally call for, and they want to understand the work that the auditors has done in that situation. And so we've tried to bring it back to the fact that the auditor is actually performing work in that situation. They're discussing the work they're performing, but unless there is an actual discussion about events and conditions in the financial statement somewhere, the auditor doesn't actually have to draw attention to those events and conditions directly. And we also, as we discussed at the September board meeting that we would do, we also drew in some information from ISA 701. Thank you to the ISA 701 task forces over the years that talks about, original information, conversation we've already had this morning, and reminders that it would not be appropriate in certain circumstances, except as Michael points out, if you're in a qualification. So we've added application material to do with that issue. We also dealt with the modification, to the auditor's report as well. So with that little setup, it'd be useful to hear the board's feedback, please, on the proposed changes to those sections in the I won't go through them all, but essentially 21A through to 25C, and then the related 23A, sorry, and the related application material. Thank you, Tom.
Good, unanimous support. Let's go. We're done.
Question 11.
Fernando.
Thanks, Tom. Josephine, just to have here some clarification on this 21B. So the intention is just to make it applicable for listed entities. And if you have an audit of a non-listed entity, it would be up to the auditor and the facts and circumstances to decide whether or not they have this paragraph in the report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. It is only, it's differentiated. It's only for listed entities, which is sort of refers back to the point that if, even though we're framework neutral, if we were to look at IAASB standards, for example, where listed entities would apply IAASB standards, then this is the kind of disclosure management would make in those situations. So yes, only listed entities.
Lynn.
I said I had a comment in this area in terms of the public sector, and I'm referring to paragraph 23AA, which is the one that when there's a disclaimer, an opinion on the financial statements, you don't include a separate section on going concern or material uncertainty. We had a couple of circumstances in the public sector, and they may not just be in the public sector, where potentially that wouldn't work. The first one was, and remember, in some countries, financial statements actually include performance information. So it's not just financial information, there's also performance information. And it is not unusual to have a clear opinion on financials, but a disclaimer on performance information. And not having a paragraph in those circumstances doesn't make sense to me. So that's the first situation. The second situation is where the records, either some or all of them, are lost. So you disclaim an opinion, however, it's still a going concern. And so I just would like the task force to, in Josephine's words, noodle on those two situations. I don't have a solution. I just have identified a couple of issues that potentially could exist. So if you could noodle on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty?
Thanks, Tom. As mentioned with my comments relating to question 7, I had provided my fundamental concerns here on the paragraphs 21.8 and 21b to the task force in the last few meetings, and refer again to those made then for future reference. And my comments also apply to the paragraph 22 little c and little d. Thanks.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. And Josephine and task force, I know you've heard this comment from me before, but I'll try to be brief. So I'm still a little bit concerned about the automatic reporting of a close call in the auditor report without potentially thinking about it through the CAM filter. And I know I brought that up at the previous meeting, and you've touched on that in your paper, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but a couple of reasons why I still think that's something to think about is, one, from my understanding, there can be a wide spectrum of auditors' response to a close call. It could be a relatively complex need for the auditor to dig into a lot of details and perform a lot of procedures and maybe have written confirmations and all the things we talked about earlier today. Or it could be a close call with a relatively simple response. And my concern is that when you require it as to be reported in any circumstance, it's potentially putting more weight on that aspect of the audit versus what might be reported in the CAMs, because the CAMs go through a particular filter. So I think that's probably my biggest point about why I still think the CAM filter is more appropriate. But that said, I know we've talked about it and you've concluded as a task force to proceed with this option. Having said that, in the changes in 21B as drafted, I wasn't completely clear as to why we added little b and little d, because to me, those resemble emphasis of matter type requirements as opposed to what I thought we were heading towards on this disclosure. So I don't, if I missed it in the paper, Josephine, I'm sorry, but I didn't see that addressed as a point by the task force. So maybe just something to think about as to how we got to that as requirements. And then I guess just lastly, it wasn't clear to me how this disclosure ties to CAM. So for instance, if the auditor decides to have a close call CAM, do they refer to that in this section? Would they never have a close call CAM? And that, so the interaction with CAM, I just wasn't completely clear going forward.
Thank you. Bill?
Yeah, I agree with what Julie just said. So I'll articulate it slightly different. Firstly, thanks to the fraud task force for putting together one audit report with going concern and fraud and disclosures. And I think it does show the complexity about where we're heading. So that's a good balancing thought. I'd just like to go back and agree with what Julie said. Is I like the CAM filter as being one which is clear. And I'm not sure about differential reporting for listed and non-listed entities in this area, which I think you were going to, Fernando. I think if it warrants reporting, it warrants reporting in all entities. So that's a bit of there's a lot in there. And I just repeat that going back to the whole idea of transparency is not just to put something in an audit report, it's to actually have it read and understood. And I'm just concerned the way we're going at the moment, we're making it a complex exercise rather than a clear and understandable one. So there's a whole lot in there. I hope that's okay.
Okay. Eric?
Wow. Yeah, just following on from Julie and Bill, I'm exactly in the same place, really concerned about whether this is really providing the appropriate transparency that will be understood by our stakeholders. The one that our board, the Canadian board, spent quite a bit of time on was 21A and the and little b, where it whether it says based on the audit evidence obtained has not identified any material uncertainty related to events that may cast significant doubt. And just like will anybody other than auditors and a few other people really understand what that is saying? And particularly where in a non-listed entity, the auditor may have spent a significant amount of work coming to that conclusion, but then doesn't say anything in the report. Admittedly, it's voluntary, but that is really exercising some of the Canadian stakeholders I have been dealing with. And so, yeah, I'm in the same position as the previous two speakers on this. Thanks.
We talked about my around the world trip come in the last few weeks, and this topic came up at our discussions in South Africa, where we actually got a group of investors in the room, and they are still firmly in the camp when we describe the types of disclosures we were trying to put forward, at least towards the intent of what we were trying to accomplish, if not the practicalities of it. So this is the same. I feel like we're revisiting similar conversations. I'm not sure we resolved everyone's concerns last time, but I just hear the echoes of our last discussion on transparency and the concerns. And I think that the task force was trying to find the balance here. But so Josephine, your card went up, and then we'll call on others as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly worried now we're starting to reverse a decision we've already made. And particularly, Eric, I really want to understand 21A is in the auditor's responsibilities today. So, referencing those particular paragraphs concluded the use of the going concern basis is appropriate and then has not identified material uncertainties. That's in the objectives. It's stated in the auditor's responsibilities. So the auditor is making that statement, but we already agreed as a board 2 turns back that this would be an appropriate way forward, majority, admittedly. Then in terms of 20, the events and conditions, the close call paragraph, we also agreed we wouldn't go through a CAM filter. It would sit in the going concern section. If management have, if getting to the conclusion that say, for example, Julie's point, which is an absolutely fair point, that very little work is not really needed to, even though it's a close call, but not a lot of work is needed. This is a situation where management are also disclosing that information. So it would seem odd to go through a CAM filter and decide, well, in this situation, because not a lot of work was needed. And I know that's not what you're saying, Julie. I'm not trying to put words in you. It's if the auditor in most other situations are actually explaining what work they've done, but in this, because they've gone through a CAM filter and they feel like it's not as significant, they don't need to explain it. That's just going to look really odd and inconsistent. So in which case, where you do have a close call situation, then in that situation, the auditor is asked to describe the work they do. If that's just, a sentence or two, so be it. But we want to make sure that there is consistency and comparability in that the auditor is actually being transparent about the work they do. So the CAM filter won't work from that perspective. And also in terms of differential reporting, Fernando, I'm not sure one should assume that when you asked that question, it was because you want to include that for all entities. So I'd like to perhaps hear from you. Maybe that's where you were heading, but I think you were just asking a question. It has been our board's view, and it was the same in 701. It is disproportionate in a scenario where management and those charge of governance have a lot of interaction with the auditor, for the auditor to then be required to disclose that information in their auditor's report. That's why we went down that route with 701, that it's a differential requirement. And that's why in this situation, it's exactly the same situation. We don't want to go down that route with going concern. We want to stick to that 701 route because, again, those conversations are there. Those who are using the auditor's report have much more interaction with the auditor. They don't need that information to be repeated to them. So that's why we have differentiated that requirement. So there's 3 things there. 21A, that's already in the auditor's responsibilities. They're just confirming that to the users. 21, in terms of the close call, we have gone down that route. We made decisions as to why CAM filter wasn't appropriate. So we just need to know where we are here, because as I say, I'm concerned that we're reversing our decisions when we've heard very loud and clear that our stakeholders want more transparency in the auditor's report. So perhaps if we could hear from others in that respect, that would be helpful, Tom.
I see Warren had his hand up. Warren.
I think Josephine has addressed the point on CAMs and revisiting past decisions. I actually had a similar observation to Bill and Julie, but Josephine, I've heard your response loud and clear, so I won't raise that again. Just an issue on 21B, and this goes to a sort of general concern I've had with this additional reporting as a whole. Yes, transparency is great, but transparency and generic information is not the same thing. And sort of just working through 21B and 22, which I think are laid out very neatly. I like the way the bullet points have been constructed. There's very little ambiguity now in the way it's written. I just sort of think about how much of this information is actually value relevant, how much of this information isn't already sitting in the audit report, either directly or indirectly, and particularly worried about the point about describing how the auditor evaluated management's assessment of the ability to continue as a going concern. I just worry that we're going to end up with a shopping list of audit procedures sitting in the audit report, albeit under a going concern heading. Yes, it might be transparent, but I don't think it's going to be useful.
Thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. Generally speaking, I'm fine with these paragraphs. This is what we had talked about, so I see it come to light here. I have one minor comment, which is in 21A and carried forward in the other two paragraphs, which is the concluded that management's use of going concern is appropriate. It's just a question as to whether that creates, and I'm not sure if I assume you intended to use the word concluded, but does that create a piecemeal conclusion? And would that be better phrased as the auditor concurs with management that the use of the going concern basis of accounting is appropriate? That's my only comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly straight out of 700. It is conclude, so it is relevant to that. Okay, thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. Well, one of the comments was exactly that piece about piecemeal conclusions, and while it may be in 700, it's probably brought to more prominence in this direction. So there is a concern from stakeholders around that piece. Josephine, I agree with the options that you've got laid out there, so I'm comfortable with that. I think what occurred to me in the outreach and preparation for this was, Tom, as you said, the similar points are coming up and they're recurring. And my thought really was around how we deal with those in things like the questions that we're asking people to make sure we get material that we can deal with. And the particular piece was around the overall volume of material that's going to be in the audit report when we take account of the other changes that we've got in place. And the risk, particularly in the going concern area, that if there's too much in there that is general, that if there's something that is key and fundamental, that it potentially gets lost. I think we've got, we do have places where some of these disclosures are being made. I think we've got a great opportunity to do some very targeted outreach to try and work out whether the changes are genuinely being used by people. It's always very easy to say, would you like more? But are they being used? Are they achieving the goals that they were set out to do? So it's really a case of, I just encourage us as we hopefully go on to the next stage to be quite focused in what and how we ask.
Sachika.
Thank you, Tom. I have a comment on close call, but first of all, I strongly support that this requirement should only for listed entity audit, because I think it's very disproportionate to expand to all audit. And my comment is that I like task forces change to alleviate risk of the auditor providing original information. I think it gives some flexibility depending on the circumstances on how to describe. So I support that direction. But one question I received from my reference group on this is that, okay, and I understood the intent of the draft, but how to describe auditor's evaluation without referencing to the event and condition. So I think perhaps some indication how to on this might help. I know there is application materials that are similar to 7.1 in the draft, but I expect that this question will be continually asked. So perhaps if there is something we could do on some clarification, I think it would be helpful. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, is your card still up?
No, it's to respond to Josephine's response to my comment. Look, I'll come back to this again with fraud, but just 2 points of principle. One is I discussed yesterday, I'm not sure how we reach consensus. And Josephine, I fully understand the excellent work you've done. And when you think decisions were made, I'm not sure sometimes that decisions are made because more than one person might say something, it doesn't necessarily mean we agree. So I may have missed some of that, and if I have, I'd be the wrong one, but I'm not sure of my views changed along the journey. Secondly, you quite rightly, or you rebut a couple of points, and you've done it a couple of times this morning by referring back to other standards where we state things. We can change. I mean, we don't have to stay with what is if there's a real call for something. And we may have to go back and change. So just 2 points of comment that without, going on and on about it, and I will come back when we talk about fraud, and I will repeat my points I have about the complexity within the audit report.
So on this one, I thought we did generate a very clear decision at the last board meeting, which I restated at the end, and I think it's reflected in the minutes. So there are times as a board that we leave it open-ended and kick it back to the task force for consideration. But we had a very robust discussion on this point. And so maybe let me articulate where I think we stand, because there are clearly some people with concerns at this board about the value and the practicalities of implementing some of these transparency items. But I thought the board last time gave the task force reasonably clear direction to pursue this path, because it would be unresponsive both to our investor outreach and the public interest issues that have been raised, not to put this out for exposure. And then to use the exposure period as a way to investigate and get hard evidence of why people have such disparate views on this topic. But we decided at the last board meeting, in my mind, very consistent to the public interest framework, to put the weight a little bit on the investor side here, at least in exposure, and get the hard evidence as a result. Because if we don't put it in the exposure draft, we can't have the proposal at all in the final standard. And I think that was both the logic of where we stood as a board, recognizing that there's not universal enthusiasm for this, that's clear. But at the same time, not allow this to also overshadow the whole totality of the standard itself, which up till now, it's always once we get to the transparency that we stumble, that people are supportive of. So that's how I read it, is, okay, we're really, the transparency is actually the end product of what we're doing. We're pretty happy with the course that we're on, subject to all the dialogue today. On the transparency, it's not surprisingly, when we started this project, we had a lot of mixed views. Guess what? We still have a lot of mixed views on it, including this is going to be the universal theme on fraud too. But we also went out to speak to investors on a dedicated basis on some of these issues, and they're seeking the concerns. And in fact, it's some more transparency. We're trying the best to execute on that vision. We also spoke to some regulators recently, and they're supportive as well. But it's not an us versus them, and that it's time to actually go from the abstract to formal proposal, and that's what the ED is supposed to do. That's sort of what I interpreted where we are as of March. I felt like the question is, do we execute on that effectively? In this, and we did this in June. Do we execute? September. Then we executed on it for this meeting. And the question is do we execute it well? Or I'm not sure that the goal was to convince people who had some doubts, that we've overcome them. So I don't know, Josephine, was that the premise you guys were acting on?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, this project has come about not through our own decision that something needs to be done. We did already lots of research, and we gathered that. We had a discussion paper that led to a project proposal. We agreed with the directions in the project proposal. And so it is targeted revisions in response to the actions that were in the project proposal that we agreed as well. So we were responding to, in terms of like 21B, as I said, our response was there was concern that requiring the auditor to include original information, which was what was originally written in 21B, because there was a reference to how the auditor responded to the events and conditions. And so that was our response there. We were trying to move away from an absolute hard line that the auditor had to include that information, but in fact had to more flexibility in respect to whether the actual framework requires this or doesn't require it. So if the framework requires it, then fantastic, the auditor has something that they can refer to and talk about. But if not, in responding to those calls for transparency, the auditor is explaining the work that they've done. And so, you know, from that, I'm taking on board Sachiko's point, for example, you know, how do they do that when they're not referring to events and conditions, and thinking about what we can do there. And then there were some other suggestions that perhaps 21 big B little c is too close to an emphasis of matter paragraph. So we might need to think about that. And there were some other suggestions along the way. So in terms of how we were responding to the September comments, that was our focus.
Edo.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And I'm a member of the task force. And I just want to underline what Josephine said. Well, our course of action was in response of questions that we were asked, but I think, and I also agree with your summary of what was agreed the last time, but I also recall that we had a discussion on, yes, this is the avenue we're going to pursue. And at some point, we as a board need to stand back and consider fraud and going concern, and does all of this gel together well? That's the bit that was missing from your summary.
Funny enough, we'll get to that point. And one of the things, you know, I think we should deal with it after we certainly talked about fraud a little bit, but some of it, as I remember, was a question of timing and effective dates and how the auditor report changed. So like we table that point, but conscious that it exists. Len?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think your summary and also Josephine, your recollections is exactly right. I mean, I did hear similar type of comments that raised by Julie on the CAM filter, but at least from my perspective, I did not raise them because I thought in September we had a robust discussion. And this is something that the board has given clear direction to the task force. So at least for myself, I feel I need to respect the process. But on the other comments about listed or non-listed, this is something I feel is a public interest comment as well, is at least in my outreach group to the investors, there are investors investing in non-listed entities. They just feel important to have those information as well. So I would, whether it's in the ED, you can ask a question whether this should be extended to the non-listed entity audits as well. So at least in my region, there's a lot of investment made to non-listed entities, and investors do need for the information you have proposing in the current draft. Thank you.
Kai?
Thank you. I agree with your summary. I think the discussion we heard is that there are still people disagreeing, but I think the ED is probably the time that we can get the feedback on that and the importance of the questions. In my view, I think it's right that it should be a differential requirement. I think it will, for the reasons you just explained earlier on, and I would be a little bit concerned if we switch that around to apply to all audits at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
So I also am a member of the task force. So I think, Tom, what you said and what Josephine said is 100% correct, but I also want to echo what Edo said. I believe that some of the comments that are being resurrected here are because of the illustrations and the clarity that comes through as to what the disclosure is going to look like. And I didn't really hear going backwards in terms of the transparency. What I'm hearing is it in the right order? Is it clear to the potential reader as to what is being pulled through from the requirements in the standard into the auditor's report? So that stand back piece is where I think we're at, not necessarily redebating what was concluded or the direction given in prior meetings.
I'm not sure I heard all of the comments that way, but that if it were geography, I think it's or structure, I believe that there were more substantive concerns with the approach, but that may be an issue too. And that would be slightly easier to resolve people's concerns. Bill?
Just to confirm, I accept your summary of it, and I may have not seen it that way. That's fine. I just also acknowledge Edo's comment that we get a chance to talk about it again, but to expose the ideas is appropriate.
Okay. Well, this is not the last of it. We will certainly bring back this issue. But I guess, Josephine, I wanted to turn it back to you to consider what you want to bring back to the task force. Obviously, we're trying to get this approved in March.
Well, we haven't actually quite finished. So we wondered if there would be any feedback on the illustrative auditors reports from the board members, or if they're sending those comments offline as well, that could be helpful.
Well, that actually does go to Wendy's point, is to how people are reacting. Anyone want to talk about the appendices? Well, I think the goal here, as I see it, is not improve and make this as practical and implementable as possible, but it is to try to be as responsive as we all can be in a way that will provide meaningful entity-specific information. I think that was something we've heard to investors and others who read auditors report. I think most people, I hear it, Fernando raised the question, but I think most people are comfortable with the scalability requirement about being just for listed entities, which I think makes, particularly since these are public company investors that are commenting, I think we're being more responsive to that need for transparency. I think it's an appropriate and proportionate response. Any other comments here? I'm not sure that we're going to get consensus. If we took this issue alone in the standard, I'm not sure we would have a full consensus here or necessarily a strong majority to get the standard out. But if we look at the totality of the standard, and remember, that's what this is. Will the proposal be up to the quality that we need and an improvement on extant and fulfill all of the public interest objectives laid out during the project proposal phase, which was exhaustive. Someone may even say exhausting. And on that totality of that evaluation, are we good enough to go out for proposal and then seek real evidence to reflect the real concerns at this board? And I think we would want to draw that forward in all the explanatory memorandum and others. Josephine, back to you, and then I'll allow people to come in one more time if they have a reaction to to my
Yeah,
summary.
and I just want to say that's right. And then, you know, Sue's point about let's make sure we're really targeted as well, and that we are also seeking feedback from our investor community. It's really important to do that. So obviously, we'll bear all that in mind as we're planning our outreach activity when it goes out for exposure. But thank you, everybody. Got some lots of thoughts there. And if you do have any comments on the auditors' reports, please do send them in to us so we can look at those before they look at those for the next task force. And then we're on to question 11. Obviously, we're which is about the, I can talk about it. So this is about the proposed conforming and consequential amendments. So we're now in agenda item 4B. Some of it is of course just repetitive because it's just laying out the changes to the illustrative audit report. But there are a couple of matters that we wanted to get the board's feedback on. One is in relation to our decisions over 2400. Which is discussed in paragraphs 69 to 73 of the issues paper as well. So Tom, over to you again, question 11, and also comments as well, please, on ISRE 2400. Thank you.
Okay, question 11. Julie.
Thanks, Josephine. I think my question is related to the ISA 700. Sorry, I'll get the reference here. ISA 700, paragraph 39, little 4. And I think we need to just make sure that's lined up with how we've now articulated 21 big B, because in that existing 700 paragraph, it only talks about where you would report. I'm going to get this wrong. It doesn't refer to the close call. It only refers to the material uncertainty piece when an auditor would talk about it in the report. So I just think we need to take another look at that requirement, because if we expand the reporting to also include this reporting on close calls, I don't think it's currently said that way in 739 little 4.
Okay. Anyone else on question 11?
Julie, sorry, you mean in relation to managements when we're stating managements and the auditor's responsibilities in 34? Now, just double checking you're not talking about 50. I didn't hear the beginning. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, if anyone also, if you have any editorials, please do send those to us offline. That would be marvelous. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next slide is the way forward. So as mentioned at the start, the Going Concern Task Force intends to present to the board an exposure draft for proposed ISO 570 for approval at the March meeting. Following this meeting and based on the full board's feedback, the Going Concern Task Force intends to continue to discuss the issues, including this agenda item, as well as to align and refine the drafting for the proposed standard, and also do any updates to the conforming and consequential amendments. And then, of course, all of these matters will be subject to further deliberation by the board in the March 2023 meeting. We will also continue, as always, to liaise with other IAASB task forces, working groups and consultation groups as needed, as well as other stakeholders in the financial reporting ecosystem as deemed necessary, including IAASB. We also said that we would give them an update following this board as we're moving into March. But from that perspective, Tom, I think we're ready to conclude this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to raise anything before we close? I guess it's always the time. Jim, you have anything you want to add on behalf of CAG?
Thanks, Tom. we haven't, of course, met since the last IAASB meeting, but I think the discussion is been pretty consistent with what the CAG has talked about in terms of going concern. And so I think, and I also appreciate the fact that Josephine reached out regarding public sector as well.
Michael, having listened to the discussion, any reflections?
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of points. I think there is good discussion today on the work or responsibilities of the auditor to look beyond management's assessment of when the auditor is considering going concern, and to do some independent thinking and push back on management if additional risks are identified that management might not have taken into account. Transparency certainly seems to be the area where the most work remains to be done in coming down with a position that's clear and responds to the needs of stakeholders for information on what has been done and what the concerns might be about going concern. And I think I would just support the comments that the chair made at the end of the session about the need to respond to the input that you got from users on the value of additional disclosure, and to seek to provide that in the most useful way possible. Just an additional point that sort of ties into one of the other agenda items this week on the listed entity and PI project. There was discussion this morning about limiting these disclosures to listed entities in some cases. But we note that project is proposing that the listed entity requirements apply to all PIs. And so I would assume that this would be the case when we're talking about going concern as well. It would be quite odd to separate that out as the only exception, but maybe that's jumping the gun on the conclusion there. But I think maybe you'll have to, as a task force, think about that depending on where that agenda item ends up.
I think on any place that we have differential requirements, we will be forced to consider the appropriateness, one, of having any differential requirements, and two, what the right line to draw, whether it be PI or listed entities, because both notions will continue to exist in our literature, at least for the time being.
Yeah, so a listed entity in PI hasn't even come through the board deliberations yet, and hasn't been out for exposure or finalised. So at this stage, we wouldn't make any changes to our current approach to differential requirements, which is only for listed at this stage. And as far as going concern is concerned, that would still go out as a differential requirement focused on listed entities only. Having said that, a PI task force and the going concern task force will work closely together just in thinking about that for the future and what that might mean and the impact. But we have to essentially use that phrase, cross that bridge when we come to it. But as I say, we haven't even deliberated track 2 yet at the board. So we can't make that decision at all in terms of ISO 570 because we're not ready. So jumping the gun, Michael, is the right phrase in this particular one, but thank you. It's a good point to raise.
Okay. Any other comments on going concern? Okay, silence. Okay, there are comments.
Sorry, just opening up again. Just Kalila and Sally-Ann just want me to absolutely double check that everyone's happy with what we have proposed in respect of 2400 in the conforming amendments. We didn't get any points, no cards came up, but I just want to ease their minds. Just want to make sure, if you don't mind, Tom, that everyone's happy with the direction.
Short of opening up a big project on 2400 in minds of some people. Okay. So
thank you.
I don't know how many people have to change seats for the next. Do we need a couple people to the table, Billy? Is Jasper's here? Okay, there he is. Okay. Yeah, that's I just was good. That was my next question: is how many minutes? So take a 2 to 5 minute break. Let's say 5 minute break. We'll reconvene 5 minutes. And then, so check your emails, check your messages, take a bathroom break if you like. Okay, can we start getting seated? So when I look at this agenda, Lynn, now I totally understand the methodology for doing sustainability. Otherwise, you would have been on point for three straight days. So one of the many things I admire about Lynn is her smarts about setting up a conversation and not overburdening herself in the process. So Lynn, we're going to turn to you. Fraud first before we turn to sustainability.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tom. And welcome to the fraud section, everybody. I'd like to start with the thank you. Sincere thanks to the task force, Diane, Julie, Josephine, and Lynn, who have not only made fantastic input this quarter, but also have been very flexible in how we've approached it. And from all of us on the task force and the board, thanks to Sally Ann, Jasper, Hankin and TK for the tremendous work that you've all done in getting us to this point, because it hasn't been easy. If I've been a lot on this microphone a lot, Jasper, you have too. You did the hard yards yesterday. So thanks to the four of you for your input. In the session, next slide. Oh, hold on, I've got a clicker. Okay. In this session, we're going to do four things. First of all, we are going to look at fraud and suspected fraud. This is a conceptual discussion, and we're looking for overall direction from the board so that we can move forward with drafting. So we've set up scenarios. Sally Ann will take you through that and the discussion thereon. Then we do the next iteration of the auditor's report, this time with a focus on fraud. And in that discussion, we're building off the decisions that were made and the guidance given to us at the September meeting. And we'll be discussing what the board asked us to look at, which was a suitable mechanism or filter that could be used to identify risks of material misstatement due to fraud that should be disclosed in the auditor's report. The second thing we were asked to look at was the placement of fraud risks, or how they could be clearly signposted in the report. And finally, we were to think about the possible inclusion of significant deficiencies in internal controls and how they fitted into the auditor's report. We have also done some Jasper will take us through the transparency in the auditor's report section. Then we'll come back to me and we will go through where we have updated the drafting of the standard from both the June and the September meetings. We have one new section on the material misstatement due to fraud that we will go through at that stage. So those are the three sections we're going to come to. I'd like to start though by talking about the stakeholder engagement. We look at fraud as a public interest area, and that is personified by the amount of stakeholder engagement we've had, and also the number of publications that have been drawn to our attention during this quarter. There is a lot happening in the area of fraud. So let me start in terms of the stakeholder engagement by talking about the SMP letter and what it highlighted in terms of fraud. The first point they made was the importance that the discussion and the drafting differentiates between management fraud and other fraud. And we know that in the standard we're focused on the responsibilities of the auditor with respect to fraud, but that we need to strike a balance with the whole ecosystem and the management's primary responsibility for the prevention and detection of fraud. Noting, of course, that management is not within our mandate, so we need to concentrate on the auditor while setting the context within management's responsibilities. The second point the SMP group made was that significant deficiencies in internal controls relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud should only be reported by as it relates to a CAM, and that we are obviously going to discuss that further during the day. I'm very grateful that Lynn, Julie, Jasper and Sally Ann met with IAASB and provided them with an update on the fraud project. They tell me it was engaging and informative, and we have threaded the insights from that meeting through the presentation today. I couldn't attend because I was somewhere in the air over the Pacific. Moving on to the third area, and that's our general outreach. And there has been regularly, we've been asked to present and talk about fraud in various sessions or forums, including the PIOB's third public interest workshop. If I can give you a broad view, not of what we did, but what we heard, stakeholders have basically been positive about our proposed changes to the introduction section and the clear focus that we're putting on the auditor's responsibility. The transparency and reporting on fraud is always of major interest to people, and there has been basic agreement with the initial conclusions that we've built the paper, that the board made, and that we have built these papers on. Specifically, that means agreeing with adding entity-specific information into the auditor's report. It includes a preference for a CAM-like filter for communicating fraud risks, like the idea of signposting, clear signposting of fraud risks, and that this reporting will only apply for listed entities. It's fair to say that there is mixed views around significant deficiencies. So each of those we will build on as we present for the remainder of the session, but I hope that gives you a sense of what our stakeholders are thinking and where their interests lie. So with that, we're going to move back to the orange box, fraud and suspected fraud, and Sally Ann is going to take us through this section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn, and welcome to everybody today to the fraud section. I'm just going to provide you with a brief overview of what we are trying to achieve and the direction the task force has taken with respect to this particular topic. So just starting at the outset there with responsibilities of the auditor, and just going to reiterate some of the key concepts for us there. So obviously for the auditor, the overall responsibility is to plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about the financial statements taken as a whole, that they are free from material misstatement due to fraud or error. And I think there the task force is obviously cognizant that the auditor does not make a legal determination of fraud, and that's left to the justice system in each of the respective jurisdictions. However, where the auditor identifies and assesses ROMs due to fraud, the reference to fraud there is as defined in the ISA. So that's just obviously a very important concept for us. So the task force believes that the fraud or suspected fraud may be identified when performing risk assessment procedures, further audit procedures. We do, however, acknowledge that fraud or suspected fraud may also be identified when performing other procedures, such as overall responses to fraud risks at the financial statement level. So to explain this approach, we developed a flow chart that outlines the various options that the auditor has when performing work to address fraud in an auditor financial statements. And the scenarios were developed, obviously educational only, and are intended to bring the flow chart to life. In particular, what we were trying to achieve with the flow chart and the scenarios is to highlight when the auditor has to perform the required additional procedures, and then the possible conclusions that the auditor may arrive at based on the audit evidence obtained. We would like to highlight that for the additional procedures, the required procedures, these would be obviously be required in all instances where fraud or suspected fraud is identified. The procedures are also intended to identify and address the iterative nature of the audit. What we would like to highlight in the project proposal is that it indicates that a new section should be created or established for the required additional procedures to be performed when there is fraud or suspected fraud. And in doing so, the project proposal highlights that all those requirements, those required additional procedures that we're talking about, be relocated under this new section. So that could mean you've created new requirements, that you've moved existing requirements, or you've elevated application material that exists today. So the task force is obviously aware that certain of the additional procedures that are listed in the issues paper are already required today. However, what we're focused on specifically there is the list complete, as it is likely that these procedures will all be relocated to the new section. And then lastly, the focus is on the possible conclusions. The task force sees that there are 3 possible outcomes when fraud or suspected fraud has been identified. And so after the additional procedures have been performed and evidence is obtained, it is likely that there is a determination that there is no risk of material misstatement due to fraud. In other words, risk of material misstatement due to fraud has been reduced to an acceptably low level, that there is a determination that there is a misstatement due to fraud, or you may be unable to conclude based on the audit evidence that has been obtained. And that obviously has additional implications for the audit. So with that, I'm going to hand back to Lynn, and she's going to take us through the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sally Ann. And in this area, we have 3 questions. And remembering this is conceptual, have we got all the scenarios, or is there something else we should be thinking of as we're drafting this section? Secondly, does it make sense, the additional procedures and bringing them all together? And thirdly, determining the implications for the audit engagement, looking at paragraph 17 in particular there. So with that, Tom, I hand back to you to take the initial round of comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Sally Ann. Lynn, on fraud and suspected fraud. Edo.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Lynn and the task force for magnificent piece of work done in this area. It's been good to go through, and I even think you've went a little bit beyond what's necessary when it comes to the scenarios. So I think that's great that you point out all these scenarios and work it out. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter how many scenarios there are. You have suspected fraud or a perpetrated fraud, and that triggers the action. It doesn't matter whether it's in risk assessment procedures or in other procedures. And that's now flowing through the standard because the standard is trying to accommodate those 3 different scenarios. And I think that is complexity that we can lose. I'm okay with directionally of the proposed additional audit procedures. That makes sense. However, what I'm missing is the instance when an actual fraud has been perpetrated, because at that point in time we need to make a stop and think about how management is resolving this. And particularly if management is involved, that brings up a whole other can of worms. But in that investigation of the fraud, whether you use independent counsel to it or not, the auditor, there's an evaluation involved with that or over that investigation to assess whether the auditor indeed, whether the instance or the deficiency or whatever it is that caused it has been stopped, so no further leakage. We need to have a view of management's actions in that respect. And that needs to be brought in. Well, in practice, I think we already often do the right things. Once a fraud has been identified, it typically prolongs the sign-off of the financial statements for that very same reason. But it's something that we can bring into the requirement just to make it clear that this is the consistent approach that we are expecting. And that, I think, yeah, generally are my comments. I've sent some offline comments as well in respect of the more details, but I'll just keep it for here. Thank you.
Thank you, Edo. We're going to stick with that corner. Sue and then Sachika.
That's fine. My computer had one of those blinks there. So, Lynn, I also think this is it's an excellent kind of analysis and piece of work. I think Sally Ann said, educational. That's perfect. It's it needs to go into principles-based standards. Possibly similar to what Edo just said, we were reflecting that the risk assessment procedures don't seem to have any consideration of actual fraud, and so. The thought was about, well, what if management does disclose a fraud during that process, or if the auditors had a tip-off or something like that, those kind of situations to consider. But that said, didn't come up with any kind of other scenarios or anything like that. In terms of question 2, wondered whether there should be an explicit step to consider whether further audit procedures are needed on other areas of the audit. Didn't think that was quite captured in there, and it's important in those kind of situations to think broadly about what else might be touched, and also something about whether additional resources or specialized resources are needed or more senior team members. And then on question 3, you've asked about possible other actions. Again, consideration of whether specialists need to be involved. Potentially the impact on other engagements, such as whether they're, prior year audit reports, particularly if the report itself covers more periods, and consideration of consultation of others within the firm or an EQCR if that's not already in place. Thanks.
Thank you, Sachika.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Arlene, and your team on your hard work. I generally agree with the steps, and I think very important thing is kind of doing deep dive if you find something wrong. So conceptually, I agree. The task force is thinking, but I have one comment on question 2 about additional procedure. I want to suggest that adding the procedure to undertake consultation in ISKM 1 as an example of additional procedure, because I think it will help effective in terms of meeting the project objective mentioned in the project proposal about consistent behavior and enhancement of professional skepticism, because I think consulting with qualified and experienced individual appointed by the firm to provide consultation could enhance consistent behavior within the firm, and also having the involvement of individual who is not on the engagement team but have specialized expertise on fraud through consultation with support, making sure that engagement team has taken appropriate steps and obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, which will eventually help professional skepticism. Maybe my origin of my comment came from my thinking that if particularly big suspected fraud identified, I think it is not good trying to resolve the thing only within the engagement team. I think rather it is very helpful to consult with and escalate the matter to appropriate person through using the firm's quality management mechanism, because I think it helps consistent performance and enhancement and professional skepticism. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean-Wei?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Lean, Task Force, and staff for all the important work that you've done in this project. So in relation to this part, first of all, in the scenarios, I think I guess similar to Ado. I'm generally a fan of diagrams and stuff, but I just find all the scenarios a little bit confusing to just go through, and it makes me wonder whether we need them. But if you go through them carefully, you get to it, but not just not too sure whether we need them. On the additional procedures, directionally supportive, and in having heard what Ado, Sue, and Sachiko said, I think I just want to lend my support to what they have offered. And then just specifically on what you have here, and I know the steps are meant to be iterative and not sort of done in sequence, but just looking at G, for example, it just feel more fundamental. And I wonder if, it should maybe come before D, for example. So I think it should be elevated a little bit in terms of the sequence. F, I don't know, it looks to me to be part of D. I wonder if F should be part of D. And then E, before communicating with those charged with governance, I thought maybe before that is the appropriate level of management. I wonder if that piece is missing. Yeah, but as I said, I think this is directionally great, and I'm supportive of all the deep dive, consultation, etc., that our colleagues before me have spoken. Thanks.
Okay, Eric.
Thank you. And like others, I like the approach of developing the scenarios and working through them, and generally was supportive of those, and also had similar comments to Sachiko and others about the use of specialists and others within the firm to help deal with those situations. I had a couple of comments because we are asked to talk about relevant paragraphs in 5B. And so I just had a couple of points there. Is in 4CA, and this happens in some of the other paragraphs as well, where we talk about procedures to identify the risks of material misstatement due to fraud. But I think also we're doing procedures to identify risks of material misstatement due to error. And so I think we should just check that out just to see if whether we're being appropriately broad when we're talking about compliance with the ISAs and stuff like that, because because of that. And I had a comment on paragraph A5, big A, little a, second bullet talks about, it's an example where it's talking about misappropriation of inventory by employees and refers to possibly using automated tools or technique such as surveillance cameras. And I was a bit confused there as to whether auditors would be using surveillance cameras, or are we talking about using the footage from the client's surveillance cameras? So just technical point there. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Eric. Isabel.
Yes. On paragraph 16, there is a little d with additional responsibilities the auditor may have under law, regulation, or relevant ethical requirements. So I'm in agenda item 5. And there's a little f, which is to communicate to regulatory and enforcement authority as required. And I don't really understand why we do not combine both, because for me, they're part of the same thinking. We need to think at what additional responsibilities we have in the law, and these responsibilities in the law will probably also deal with the communication to regulatory and enforcement authorities. And it's quite, and even if they're not in a sequential order, so I noted that we may push G up, but it's also strange that communication with those charged with governance does not arrive earlier in the sequence. My other comment is also on A5, big A, little a, but that time on the first bullet. When we say that the auditor identified unusual or unexpected relationships relating to the inventory balance. So again, it may be because I'm not native, but normally when we use relationship, it's always relationship between something and something. So I don't know what is a relationship related to inventory balance. It's really, I struggle to understand what we mean. And I also searched in all the handbook, and we have never used unexpected relationship. So maybe we need to work on that. And I have a minor point on A33, big A, but I will send it to you offline.
Okay, anyone else? Sally Ann and Lynn, back to you.
Thank you for that. Just picking up some of the points. On question 1, I heard that the scenarios were generally useful and complete, but with a warning to be careful not to make it too complex. So useful input. There was a theme of making sure that we're very clear in our drafting about actual frauds and what should happen in terms of actual frauds. And in terms of other procedures, some good ideas around specialists, the implications for previous audits, EQR, professional skepticism, linking to quality management systems, etc. In terms of the lists, thank you for that input. I don't think we've considered really whether we've got them in the logical order we were currently putting down the information, but that was really helpful input from you all, that we can actually move them into an order that is logical. And finally, Isabel, we'll look at relationships in a different way. And in terms of cameras, we'll fix the wording. we're not suddenly beginning to become tech savvy on security cameras, so we'll fix that. Tom, I think that's it on that section.
Well, since we just finished up a section with the word suspected, I suspect there's some hunger in the room and a need for a break regardless. So I suggest this is a good opportunity to break. We'll break till 1:30 p.m. our time here. Warren, that will give you a moment to get maybe an early dinner. And we'll see you in about an hour's time. Thank you. Okay, we should start getting going here. Guessing Warren will join us shortly. And out of the ether he comes. There he is. He appears. Straight out of that background. Yes. Okay. He has I noticed he has a red teapot with him. There you go. There you go. Okay. I hope we got rid of the suspected hunger. And we're ready to roll for this afternoon. Lynn, I'm gonna turn it back to you. Let's resume from where we left off.
We are now going to move on to the auditor's report, which is the favourite topic on fraud. And Jesper has done all the hard yards on this section, so he's going to present it to us. So over to you, Jesper.
Thank you, Lynn. Going to one of my favorite topics. If we can go to the, maybe to the next slide. Yeah. So you've seen this slide before, at least something that looks very familiar, and that was in the September board meeting. I thought we thought it would be useful to show again, and it's slightly adapted. And these are really the key takeaways that we had for as a task force based on this in the September discussion. And we use this as a way forward for ourselves to develop our thinking and develop the proposals you'll see in the agenda items. So in short, just to highlight a few of these key takeaways that we had. So it's we went away from the September board meeting that we want to have the view that we want to have a separate section in the auditor's report on the fraud risks, and it would only be for listed entities. In that section, there are the topics that are described on the slide that we would address, and we have really focused on the second and the third bullet since December. So for the description of identified and assessed fraud risks, we were asked to explore a way forward using a mechanism similar to CAM, and to include a filter to only include the most, to communicate the most significant fraud risks. Then on the communicating identified significant deficiencies in internal control that are relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud, we were asked to explore a way forward, balancing the views of the use of the financial statements, so where we heard from in our outreach, and then the concerns raised by the board in the September meeting. So you can go to the next slide. And on this slides are the main changes that are also described in the issues paper. So on communicating identified and assessed fraud risks, so we agreed with the board that a mechanism similar to CAM would be useful. This was also indicated by users of the financial statements. They generally liked CAMs in the interviews that we've had, and when used appropriately, they also indicated that CAMs should provide users of the financial statement with entity-specific information. So that's what the task force did as well, and the task force also agreed with the board that it would be useful to have a filter mechanism. And we looked at the filter mechanism that is used in ISO 701, and we also thought that would be appropriate to use for fraud risk, and then of course adapted. So that's included in the preliminary drafting as well. Then the other thing that the board asked us was to look holistically and at the changes in the auditor's report. And so we did that, and this is really just about the placement of where that fraud section would fit. So under each of the options that were discussed, the task force was of the view that the number of fraud-related matters that could be reported would be the same, and the amount of details as well. So really, to reiterate, this is just about the placement where we would place it in the auditor's report. So what we did, we took the changes resulting from the fraud project, from going concern and from PI, and we placed that in an illustrative auditor's report. And we first looked at two options. In one of the options, it was placed in a completely separate section directly after the going concern section. And this is included in illustrative example 1 that you have in agenda item 5 and then appendix 2. So that's included there. And the other one is basically having that same section, but then included as a subsection under the CAM section. So you would have the CAM section and then a subsection on that on fraud risk. The task force further deliberated this and then was of the view that they were like, we're not in favor of either of these options, because under both options, like the fraud section could overshadow the CAM section both in location and in length. And it therefore could also distract from the relative importance of key audit matters. So therefore, the task force came up with a third option, which is included as an example 2, which is in appendix 2 again of agenda item 5. So in this option, the key audit matters that relate to fraud would be included in the CAM section. There were a few changes made to clearly distinguish those key audit matters from like the regular key audit matters. So first of all, we changed the header from key audit matters to key audit matters, including fraud risk. And then secondly, we added a requirement to clearly signpost the key audit matters due to fraud by having a header that described the matter. Like in the header of that key audit matter due to fraud would clearly describe that it relates to fraud. So by doing this, the task force of the view that it's still very clear for everyone that there are fraud key audit matters related to fraud, even though it wouldn't be in a fully separate section. Then on significant deficiencies in internal control that are relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud. So for this one, we had preliminary discussions, and we recognized that we need to have further discussions as well. So in first instance, the task force is thinking right now is that we would link it to the requirement to communicate, to link it to a key audit matters. So you would only be required to communicate the significant deficiency in internal control that is relevant to the prevention and detection of fraud when you have a fraud-related CAM. And this becomes more like communicating a finding from that perspective. It would be, and also in the application material, the task force indicated that it would be rare that if you have identified a deficiency related to fraud, that it would not be a key audit matter due to fraud. So just to close that one off. Then lastly, on the drafting, what we did, that we prepared, like it's again, this preliminary drafting, and we really based it on what is in ISO 701. We leveraged off that, what's already used in there. And I think I want to highlight one paragraph particularly, and it's paragraph 39F. And it deals with the situation that there are no fraud risks are communicated. And as with CAMs, it should have been clearly, it should be a statement in the auditor's report that the auditor has not identified a key audit matter related to fraud. And as also in ISO 701, the application material clarifies that it will be rare. So it's really like that you normally would have key audit matters due to fraud. I think with that, Lynn, I'll hand it over to you for the questions.
Thank you, Jesper. Can I just add a couple of things we've heard from stakeholders in terms of this section? The first is that there's concern that a CAM may well involve both error and fraud. And it isn't the intention to repeat it. We'll combine them together. So that's the first thing I just want to point out. The second is a sense that this could be boilerplate, that people may well just end up with, for example, a revenue CAM that they look the same. It was very important to our stakeholders and to our investors that they're not boilerplate, and the various requirements we're drafting are meant to be taken as a whole and be entity specific. So not boilerplate, entity specific. And we are hoping that the drafting and the way that we are writing this will take us in that direction, because none of us want boilerplate disclosures. So with that, Tom, we think the most efficient way to take these questions will be in 3 parts. For A and B first, so the filter and the auditor's report. Then the second round of C, of significant deficiencies, and the third one being the indicative drafting. So back to you.
Okay, I'm guessing based upon this morning, there may be 1 or 2 comments on this section. Maybe.
All supportive, of course.
Yes. Yes. So we're going to do 4A and 4B here. So see paragraphs 23, 25, and 26, 35. Oh, we're going to be bashful now as it lunches, but guess everything is done well. Thank you, guys, and we'll move on to the next topic. Fernando's reaching, so I'm going to call on you, Fernando.
Thank you, Tom. Lynn, I have to say that if we need to pick the best way of presenting the topic, I think key audit matter makes sense. Probably the only concern, and I expressed this last board meeting, it's just the extent of the report and how complex this item could be really understood, not by us, but by the rest of the people who really read the report. I do agree that it could become boilerplate, but that's a risk that it's going to be inevitable. I took a look to the other suggestion, but I think it adds a little bit of complexity, especially when we think about going concern and some other disclosures. It could be just too overwhelming for the readers. In general, I believe after a couple of years, we are familiar with the key audit matters section, and probably it's the best place to deal with this topic if that's the final decision of the board.
Thank you, Fernando. Chun-Wei.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Jesper, for bringing us through the thinking, and Lynn for sharing upfront what you've heard from the stakeholders, because I think my comments are probably quite aligned with what you've heard. First off, I think using CAM makes sense. The challenge I have is I'm not sure whether it's always obvious whether a CAM is a regular CAM, as Jesper said, or a fraud risk CAM. And I think the illustration 2 that I'm looking at made it quite obvious to me that that is an issue. So the 2 existing CAMs that were there, one is on project revenue recognition, valuation of contract asset. The other one is on valuation of goodwill and intangible assets. I thought those 2 are quite clearly fraud risk as well, because they involve significant management judgment and so on and so forth. So I couldn't quite tell the difference between these 2 vis-a-vis the 2 additional ones. The other challenge with the 2 additional ones is we are using those presumed fraud risks, revenue recognition, and management override of control. And I think maybe some of what we have heard around the concern that it will become boilerplate comes from there, because I think at the beginning of CAM, what we tend to see is a lot of revenue recognition and override of control, because auditors at that time were not comfortable with CAM. They didn't know what to put in, and they just sort of default to the 2 presumed fraud risks, and they used that as CAM and became a little bit of a boilerplate. So using that, does lead to a concern. But my bigger concern is, as I explained earlier, the distinction, I'm not sure whether it's always obvious. So to me, maybe that's not a bad thing. And I think perhaps the solution is for us to then go to 701 and just emphasize that fraud element in 701 in CAM and fix the problem over there. And then from here, you can have the reference to it. So that is my take after reviewing it. Thanks.
Thank you. Isabel?
Yes, thank you. I think it's all very consistent, because if we say it's a CAM, then it's for listed. We need to have a filter, and it has to be in the section on CAM. So I support all of this because it's all very consistent. And I also prefer to have this in the CAM section than in a different section for the reasons that were outlined, so that it does not give more proeminence to this section. While I was reading the report example, I identified that in the example on the 2 CAM, there's at the end a statement on findings, which is, I think, not what we have provided in our examples. In the other IAASB publication, it's more jurisdictional. So maybe we should avoid, when we will draft real reports, having this.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you. I also support the filtering we've got here and the use of the CAM mechanism. I think auditors are familiar with this, and it's effective. My preference would be for it to be the same as what we have with CAM rather than similar. I think there could be a risk of getting duplication if we've got something that meets the criteria for both CAM and a fraud CAM. And in an already long audit report, that could add to complexities. And I had the same comment as Chun-Wei about the examples. I think it would be good to have an example that isn't one of the presumed fraud risks. Thanks.
Thank you. Kai?
Thank you. Similar to others here, I'm supportive of the direction that the task force is heading. I like that this is going down the similar to CAM role, and that it should be reported in that area. Also then having being additional requirements for listed or public entities. See where we go with that. Thank you.
I was just ruminating that we may throw ourselves in a little bit of bind here if we specifically call these fraud CAMs. I think they're CAMs as I read what's being proposed. There are CAMs that are specific to error. There are CAMs that are specific to fraud. And I think, Lynn, what you pointed out earlier, are there CAMs that may have an element of both in it. And I think the reason I say this is I think we're trying, what the task force has done, as my interpretation of it, is appropriately weighted the importance of this, not to overemphasize error due to fraud versus error due to fraud, misstatements due to fraud as opposed to misstatements due to error, and put them in the same place, but also remind people that actually you need to deal with both. And I feel we still may get to a point of, does one overwhelm the other? Does it get the right emphasis or not? But I do think it, from our standpoint, once we go down this path, they're just all CAMs.
We've heard very strongly from stakeholders that though they want it identified in some way, which is why we've got the heading CAMs for according to fraud. And I think that's really important. Also, as Jesper said, it's making the statement that there are no CAMs relating to fraud, which is equally important in getting the balance right here between the two. Can I just pick up one point while I'm talking? I have personally been really worried about the length of the audit report, and I've heard it talked about several times today. One of the things we got when we talked to the investors was a very strong message that they don't mind how long the report is as long as it's useful to them. And I think that was a surprise to me, but extremely valuable input to our deliberation. So I just reinforce it before we move on. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, the head-in element is a demarcation point, which they felt is useful. But I just think of this as once we've adopted a filtering mechanism that's CAM, it's a CAM like others, but we're reminded people that there's this element of fraud associated with CAMs, not just error. Billy, I saw your 10 came up.
Yeah, Tom, I actually just wanted to ask Chanwi for just clarifying. Chanwi, you said that the distinction between CAM or fraud-related CAM, as we've see it in drafting here, may be unclear. And I was just wondering, unclear for who? Are you worried that the users will not distinguish it properly, or are you worried that the auditor will not be able to make the distinction to make the call of when it is a CAM or when it's a fraud-related CAM?
Thanks for the question, Willie. I think first of all, whether that distinction is meaningful, right? Because looking at, again, the two examples here, and maybe it's just a problem with these two examples. If I'm the auditor, I'm not sure whether, well, I'll classify them as a fraud CAM or a regular CAM. I would say that they're definitely, to my mind, fraud elements to them, right? So, and then that leads me to think, well, is that distinction that meaningful? And is it going to be helpful to the reader when I make that distinction, right? Would I often see a lot of non-fraud related CAM, because misstatement comes from fraud and error quite often. So I guess that's the question. And I don't have, I guess, a form answer to that question myself, but I thought it would be worth just bringing it up for the task force to deliberate over. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. First, thank you to the task force and the staff. Excellent papers. And then I also want to make a general statement that my focus is always on these targeted changes in performance first and then transparency second, recognizing that it is really important to be transparent, but it doesn't come first. The auditor's execution of the procedures within both, quite frankly, going concern and fraud is critical to the transparency. So Billy, that also gets to your question on who's confused, the auditor or the reader. And I think it could be a little bit of both if we don't do it right. With that, I heard Chung Wee's comments and I heard Sue's comments, and where I'm at is I think it should be fully in 701. I think it may get a little confusing to the auditor and the reader, when you have two slightly different filters. So I think we might want to consider that. And I have some tweaks to words that I'll send in that are not substantial to the performance part, again, which I think is most important. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Sachika.
Thank you, Tom. With regard to A, I support the task force proposal. And with regard to B, I have kind of similar concern with regard to boilerplate, because it seems that proposal is on the premise of communicating fraud related key audit matters in almost every audit. And I think we need to be very careful with the message as we want to avoid boilerplate descriptions. So maybe my comment is sort of similar angle with Sue and Wendy, that there should be not similar to key audit matters, rather it's same filter. There should be filter mechanism so that the auditor can put really, really important matter to the user. I think that is kind of very important thing. Thank you.
Edo.
Yes, thank you. In respect of question A and B, I'll take them together. The appreciate the filter that we try to apply to it. I strongly support a 701 filter. Just not sure whether the execution thereof in the example has worked out very well. And I appreciate that this is difficult because, and the example illustrates it, because we're having the project revenue and the difficulty of the cost to complete, which is either caused by error or fraud. And it's brought out more as an error point of view in the first CAM. And then we repeat it in the management override of control, because there we labor it, and in the fraud and revenue recognition. So there's a large amount of repetition of the very same issue throughout. So I don't envy you in trying to solve this, Lynn, but there at the moment seems to be too much repetition in there. And I'm familiar with the Dutch environment where reporting on fraud risks is now pretty much expected, all fraud risks. And you get a lot of boilerplate language, particularly when it comes to management override of control. And the examples as illustrated are the two, well, the required and the presumed fraud risks, which of course are significant risk, but are we now also telling them, well, that may have been the case, as Chung-Wee rightfully mentioned when we first started with CAMs. So are we now turning back to that situation or not? Or do we allow the practice to actually apply the filter at this point in time? And that's, so it is difficult. I struggle with the amount of repetition in here, and as such, I don't think that filter has been, or we either articulated it right or we've applied it right. I'm not sure where we are on that. Thank you.
Okay, Lynn.
Can I come in? Just so we don't go in a direction that we didn't mean to. We didn't wordsmith this. What we did was an indicative structure of what this might look like. So what we wanted was, before we started, to reduce off the duplication and everything else, that we were going down the right direction. So the words are words on a page rather than what we would use going forward. They were indicative. They are not the final words. So I hear very strongly that we need to work on them, which we knew. So if you can take it as read that we will look at the words and the examples again. And if we can continue with getting a sense if people are supporting the CAM and filter approach, which is useful to us.
I haven't heard anyone say no to that approach so far. In fact, I think compared to where we were at the last board meeting, I think the sense of direction from a decision, what I hear is some issues of execution, particularly in regards to ensuring that it provides entity specific and useful information and not duplicative and overwhelm other CAMs. And to some extent, that was a little bit my comment about the CAMs are the CAMs, even though we will separately demarcate things that deal with fraud. Eric.
Thanks, and I may end up repeating a lot of, or unintentionally saying the same thing as a lot of other people are saying. Definitely supportive of the mechanism of using CAMs for the identified risks. The thing that came up in our discussion of this again was the examples, and that kind of distracted a lot of the discussion, I think. But really, the question that came out of that discussion was, is there two processes, one for the 701 CAM process and then one for the fraud risk process? And I think that was just probably, again, your indicative wording might have led us down that path. So I'm not sure. It might be, as I think some people have suggested, maybe everything should be in 701, and maybe that's would deal with that issue. But those were the sort of, that was the feedback. It was positive in terms of the direction and just wanting clarity about how the process will actually work.
Hi. Tom, thanks. First of all, Lynn, thanks very much for the work. And I'm in favor for the proposal relating to the filter and also for communicating such fraud risk. Thanks.
Thank you, Kai. Josh.
Thank you, Chair Tom. Thank you very much for the task force of good paper, and the fundamental flowchart is very understandable for us, especially non-native peoples, including me. And about the filter issue, the current proposal takes the approach of considering whether or not to include a CAM when there is a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. However, I suggest that when fraud or suspected fraud is identified as described in the flowchart, be included in the determinants of whether or not to include fraud-related CAM. This would become a process to filter and identify CAMs consistent with the process of determining CAMs in 701, I think. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's this round of comments. So as I see it, we're moving in the right direction as it relates to this. Some suggestions look at potential use of 701, but I'm not getting, since you were only looking for an indicative motion, I'll let the task force figure out what to do with that suggestion. And the goal is to achieve a cohesive CAM section, right? I think that's the big element, with an added emphasis and indication on fraud.
I agree, and thank you all very much. That is an enormous step forward in an area that's been really challenging. To get a unanimous view that we take a CAMS approach is just what we needed. So thank you very much. While not wanting to repeat what Tom said, let me just quickly go through what I heard in terms of the issues you want us to look at. One is to make sure that what we finally disclose is understandable, that we have clarity about what is a fraud risk and what is an error risk, that we avoid boilerplate, a clutch of issues around the 701 filter. And as Tom said, we'll consider that. A desire to look at whether we should add findings or not, be careful of duplication, and put in another way, be careful of repetition, and look carefully at your examples. So I think that's what I heard overall. So we will address each of those issues as we move forward. So we now go to probably what is the newest innovative part of this proposal, which is the significant deficiencies in internal control, which you'll remember the genesis of it was from the investor interviews that we did. So Tom, back to you for this question.
Okay. This is paragraphs 36 and 38. Kai.
Thanks, Tom. Then I'm not in favor of the proposals to address disclosing identified significant deficiencies in the auditor reports. I hope I have two good reasons. I tried first. The concept of significant deficiencies is designed for reporting by the auditor to those charged with governance by using the threshold of governance interest. In my view, not everything of governance interest ought to be of public interest. I think we have many examples for this. If reporting on deficiencies regarding internal control over fraud is desired in the auditor's report, then the appropriate threshold would be material deficiencies, where materiality is determined by reference to users' needs. The underlying problem is that management is not required to make such disclosures, even if material. The way the requirement is written now, it appears that the proposal is seeking up to usurp the role of accounting standard setters. My second reason is that the narrative on deficiencies in the auditor's report needs to be written in such a way so as not to suggest that detecting such deficiencies is a part of the audit of financial statements rather than a kind of byproduct of the audit. So this goal does not appear so far to have been reached. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Ada?
Thank you, Tom. And I guess I'm pretty much and very strongly in the camp of Kai Uwe. The audit is not, whilst we may run into significant deficiencies as part of the audit, as Kai Uwe said, it is a byproduct, and the audit is not designed to find the significant deficiencies. So it's just not the purpose of what our audit is meant to do. We are asked to provide an opinion on whether the financial statements provided true and fair view. And if there is a desire by the investor community to get this information on the table, we can be engaged to do so. And we have a perfectly able standard to do that, i.e. 3,000, to do such an attestation. I appreciate it's a cost element involved in there, but I don't think we need to, or we should manipulate our audit standards to bring this to the table. And then if I look a little bit deeper into the drafted requirements as such, it's going to be very hard to argue, at least I don't think I can argue, that if there is a significant deficiency, that by its very nature would also involve fraud. So effectively, we're creating a mechanism where all significant deficiencies need to be reported through the auditor's reports. So I have, on the other hand, I have some sympathy if management discusses certain significant deficiencies in their financial statements to reflect on them. And if it's in the context of a fraud risk, to deal with it there. But that's a significant threshold for management to be reporting on it themselves first. But otherwise, I can't see us realistically having a valid role to play in this area. Thank you.
Sue.
Similar to the previous two speakers, I also don't support the inclusion of the reporting of significant deficiencies, and I think others have articulated it, and we've been around this loop before. Maybe a couple of other things to consider. I think we discussed last time the difference between if you've done a substantive audit and a controls audit, you could end up with different things flowing into the audit report in that situation. And also, I think you potentially create an imbalance with other things that are in the CAM section where you know, there may also be deficiencies in internal control, but there isn't a reporting there. So that could, again, give a potentially a misleading impression. You have referenced in the paper about undertaking more outreach, and I do think that's a really good idea. It's a difficult area, and you know, and an audit isn't an audit of internal controls, as Ado has just explained. So I think good area for outreach.
I'm sorry, I left my microphone on. Josephine.
Thank you. I just wanted to just caution on a phrase I've heard twice now, which is that controls and deficiencies is a byproduct of the audit. It's not a byproduct of the audit. There are specific requirements in ISO 315 that, based on the auditor's evaluation of each component, they determine whether one or more control deficiencies has been identified, and then they go to another standard which helps them filter those into significant deficiencies. There is a requirement in ISO 315 in respect to control activities, controls that address the risk that is determined to be a significant risk. So just a caution to use language that implies that the auditor's work effort around controls and controls deficiencies is a drive-by or a byproduct, because it isn't. And the only other thing I wanted to add is that we are not prohibited as auditors to report, and I say as auditors collectively, because I'm not an auditor, to report in a CAM deficiencies in internal control related to error. There is no prohibition against that. It is quite possible to actually discuss something like that in the context of the work that's being communicated under the CAM more generally. So perhaps in terms of the phraseology I was using earlier, experimentation, curiosity, it might be worth being slightly open-minded about perhaps what we can do then, given, as I say, we're not prohibited. It is not a byproduct of the audit. I understand this is not an integrated audit, and the auditor is not required to give an opinion on internal controls, but that does not mean that controls are very much part and parcel of the work that they do. So I just feel that I just wanted to make that point, Tom, because it was heading in a direction as though implying that auditors are not really addressing controls. Thank you.
Okay, Sachiko.
Thank you, Tom. I have very similar comment with Kaiwe and Sue and Edo. I still have very strong concern on the proposal, because I think the concern raised at the previous board meeting was, in my mind, not addressed. For example, original information, there is a risk of going to the next question, but when I look at the draft, it actually said that if there is no disclosure from the management, you need to disclose by yourself. So I think it does not address. And similar to Kaiwe, when I look at the paragraph 37 and 38 with the issue paper, I could not understand the point, because I think significant deficiency that are relevant to fraud may not always be key audit matter, because threshold for significant deficiencies, whether it's a matter that has merit of those charged with governance rather than users. I know, Josephine, it is addressed in this 265, but it's not for matter to attention to user. I think that is a different. So I think, and also I do not see the merit of asking the auditor to disclose deficiencies in the auditor's report that are irrelevant to identified risk of material misstatement, which will have a lot of unintended consequences, such as misunderstanding about the auditor's role. But of course, at the same time, I really appreciate the task force hard work. I think it's a very, challenging issue to balance the view of users as well as board concerns. I think, very, very careful consideration is very still needed on this issue. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, my sense is I'm going to get a few dittos on the next come into it. So if you agree with what's been said, I understand you want to get on the record, but just say that you have that same view. Fernando has already put in his name down, but I'm not trying to stop people from talking. But if you have a similar point of view, just say it. And then if you have a different point of view, I'd like to hear it as well. Isabel.
Yes, a similar point of view, but I wanted to add also one reason for that. It's because depending on the extent of the work performed on internal control, so on the focus that you had in your audit on internal control, you may, in the same audit, have found or not have found a significant deficiency. So there would be a wide difference in the report depending on the audit approach. And saying when we have not identified deficiencies, saying that explicitly in the report would be, I think, a misleading takeaway. Because if you have not done much on internal control, it may be normal that you have identified nothing. And if you have done more, maybe you would have identified something.
Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. And I agree with the sentiments all around the room, including what Isabel just added. So I won't repeat that. And I also agree with you, Josephine, in terms of ISO 315. And I don't want to go back to the strategy and say maybe we need a new project on ISO 265, but that's probably where this belongs. I just want to emphasize one other point. It's the outreach point. And so this clearly came from outreach, and I think we need to continue the dialogue to reflect on some of the things we're saying here today, especially on the unintended consequences. I think one of the things we talked about in the September meeting or the June meeting, whenever it first came up, is just reporting on one internal control deficiency only related to fraud might lead to conclusions that there aren't any others. And then, this whole concept of going before management, again, doesn't seem well connected, and in my personal opinion, will expand the expectation gap, not bring it closer, and provide useful information. But again, that useful information part has to be relevant to the user, and that's where I think we need to do a little bit more outreach. Thanks.
Ty.
Just to be short, on the same issue, aligned with other people, and I was going to add some of what Wendy just had to make sure on the outreach that we actually follow up on this issue, as we seem not to. We're probably not on the drafting right now.
Eric.
A lot of the same comments, and maybe I missed it in the drafting, but I just wondered if there's any scope to strengthen in the CAM discussion about the auditor's procedures, how they've addressed controls around that area that might be helpful in the report.
Bill?
Agree.
Short and sweet. Okay, let me just summarize what I heard, and then Lynn, I'll turn it back to you. So there's not much support for pursuing this deficiency side. And just a reminder, the context, this option was the fifth option that came out in our consultation. I think the bigger point was about the other elements of transparency that were probably dealt with 1 and 2. That being said, I think we should acknowledge that investors really valued this piece of information. Almost when I sat with them, is that this is from deficiencies give you a sign of risk going forward. And that was the point that they highlighted. And even if we were not to pursue this, I think we would have to give some robust discussion in the explanatory memorandum of why we landed where we landed and what the limitations were for pursuing an explicit proposal, but also highlight things that could be permissible as well. But it seems to me that I've always focused on what's the most important thing, and that the most important thing is getting robust transparency in my mind to respond to the core investor needs. And this was an additional effort to be innovative and spurred really good conversation with investors during our outreach as well. So Lynn, I'll turn it over to you to see if you have comments.
Yeah, I think we've listened to the investors. We have listened to the board. We have gone away and reconsidered it to see if we could make it work. And my conclusion is good idea, but wrong time and place. But I think we should talk about it in the EM, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that investors are looking for this kind of information, and maybe at another time in another context, you will rehab this conversation and come out with a different answer. So I think at present, not in this project, but don't lose the idea.
I sort of reminded of as when I started this role, I met with prided what he was doing his report. And even for those who said that this is a byproduct of an audit, and I take Josephine's point, it was like, if you go to a doctor and you're there to look at your foot and he discovers cancer, is he not supposed to tell you about what's really wrong out there? And I do think there's an element of useful information that investors at some point, I think Ada raised this, is like, what's the context? And we could consider it, but there is some acknowledgement that if you found something that was seriously wrong, that wasn't even core to your engagement, what do you do with that information? And who has the right to know? And I think that is an important issue to acknowledge. But I think that some of this stuff I think an explanation of we tried. We did try. This is what we tried to do. So it may provoke some comment too in the process, because maybe we didn't try right. But I think we've tried a lot of options here, and there seems to be no appetite at the board to pursue this element of transparency much further. Michael.
Yeah, I think this is an appropriate time for me to comment. So I would say the PIOB was encouraged by the way things stood after the September meeting, but less encouraged by the way things stand at the moment. We certainly don't have any concern about the content of what would be reported on the CAM approach, and including it within that section with a separate heading underneath. Although it does give less prominence to fraud issues than other things, such as going concern, and so that relative emphasis or downgrading of emphasis, I guess, is perhaps a concern. But a greater concern would be if things get pushed even further back on consultation on the draft. If the profession, for example, is not keen to separate that out, are they going to object and end up with let's say no separate subsection under CAM, but just lump it in with CAM? And so that would definitely be a step too far away from what stakeholders are looking to see, we think. The issue of disclosure of significant deficiencies in internal control, certainly we would acknowledge that it's not the intent to turn every audit into an audit of controls and a full review of controls. But as we said in the last version of our public interest issues, I'll read directly from it. What the auditor needs to disclose can be expected to drive changes in auditor behavior and in turn contribute to enhanced transparency in management and those charged with governance's reporting on fraud, thus helping to address the expectation gap. And so if the management and those charged with governance know that you've got the responsibility to report something if you find it, does that put them on notice that they need to do more and perhaps pay more close attention to their controls and to report deficiencies that they've noted? And so those things we thought would help be reinforcing good behavior and improvement in the work effort, which is most important. You know, disclosure is important, but in the end, it's the work that's done that is going to really be key to improving audit quality. But by dropping this at this point, it sort of forgoes that opportunity. So I would say we're not pleased with the direction today.
So I think, Michael, I get the PIOB's position on this, but I think we have a due process to follow that we had, and asserting that an outcome of our due process should not be to listen to a particular group. We will listen to the totality of the comments, and we do not count votes, and we'll sort of not let a particular stakeholder group have undue influence over us. And we're totally committed to the public interest framework for the board. And so I just want to be careful to say that we're limited to come out with a particular conclusion where for example, I've been very strongly in favor of pursuing additional transparency. In fact, this deficiency issue hadn't even been on our radar screen, but we pursued it as something that was creative. I do think the core of the standard is what we're going to get to sort of next with our 315 assessment. So yeah, I would be interested in pursuing something, but we did a pretty full exploration here. Now, the task force may come back and say, okay, we have a great idea. We just didn't execute on it, and it's worth coming back. But the mountain they would climb for approval of that point is quite high. And again, I think the key thing that we heard as part of our outreach originally was the need to drive specific fraud-related disclosures in the audit report that would be decision useful and not boilerplate. And I think we're doing that. And if the board doesn't have the ability to explore ideas and give a full robust conclusion, I think I worry about the chilling effect for our due process going forward. And so I get that the PIOB may have wanted us to explore this further. And I do think the task force is going to take back the comments. And I think we could include something in the EM, but I also worry that we're being reprimanded by the PIOB about the conclusion on this. And so to my sense that I get the point, but I do think we have to let our due process play out here. And, you know, I was definitely someone who wanted this to be explored, but I do see the practical consequences of it as well. And, you know, and there's differences around the table, but I don't think it's practitioner, non-practitioner. I think people have been exploring this with their own stakeholder community. I know, for example, I was in South Africa. Warren's been doing outreach to investors and other non-auditors in South Africa. I was there, and so there is a mix on this view from a whole range. And I did just a sense of perspective that I wanted to give to it.
Yeah, I'd just add one thing. At the genesis of this project, we talked about how it's all parts of the ecosystem that have to come together. And some of Michael's discussion was around management and those charged with governance that we don't have jurisdiction over, but we certainly interact with, and continuing those discussions across the ecosystem, I think has value going forward. Where I don't think we have got at present is a critical mass of support is to go further in 240 at this time. So I am certainly not suggesting the issue is dropped. It's just not in this standard at this point in time. And that will disappoint others as well as Michael. But that's the reality of where we've got to. And there are other areas that we need to pay due attention to over the next little while.
It seems like the transparency discussions are always the most contentious discussions out there. And, you know, it always engenders a wide array of viewpoints. And Bill, did you want to come in on this? Yeah, please come in.
If I can just address something to Michael, which might be helpful. One of the comments you said then was that reporting it might cause management to take action. The whole bit around transparency really is transparency to investors, and that there are other mechanisms we can use to get management to improve deficiencies. So I just wonder if that impacts your view at all.
Michael, obviously I came in response to you, and it was in no way meant to undercut and delegitimize the point of view of the PIOB. It was just I wanted to be clear how we as a board think through these issues as well, since it's on the public record. Would you like to comment?
No, sure. Yeah, yes, I appreciate that, and I know that that not everything that the board explores is going to be in the end adopted and incorporated into the standards. That there are concerns that are going to have to be dealt with in a practical way. It's just that this did seem to be something that was going in one direction, and it's now gone in a bit different direction that doesn't seem as beneficial to the public interest in the end. And on Bill's point, I guess the point I was trying to make was not that the disclosure in the report would be, let's say, telling management what they needed to do. The auditor could have a discussion with management and those charged with governance separately on that. But the point was that if management and those charged with governance know that the auditor is going to be responsible to report things that they might find, then maybe they're going to pay more attention to the potential problems in the first place, and not leave the auditor with anything that they have to report.
Okay. I think sometimes you take a deep breath for a second, and it's always, as I said, these transparency discussions seem to drive a lot of differences of viewpoint. I think the big goal again is to have much more significant transparency as it relates to fraud, which was if we go back to the project proposal, that was one of our key elements, and I think the proposals still drive us in that direction. So, you know, I look at the totality of our movements here, and also think that we should elicit the right discussion and give people a sense of the robustness of our discussion in the process. Lynn, I turn it back to you. I think we're up to point 4D.
We are, and if I can just conclude on that last conversation, I think it's great that the board is debating issues vigorously and listening to all opinions, because that's where we get energy, that's where we get change, that's where we get different things coming out. Sometimes they take a short time, sometimes they take a long time. But in terms of the board, I think it just shows to me the maturity of the board is improving all the time, that we have the confidence to put our toe out into something and then go, oops, we might pull back a bit on that, but not give up. So, yeah.
And that was,
I think that's really important.
And that was the point we made earlier about going out with the going concern proposals on transparency.
Yep.
That, as you saw around this table, are not universally popular, but it's about tipping our toe in the water and actually taking some risks too. So like I looked at things in its totality here. Lynn, thank you.
Okay, now up to 4D, the indicative drafting as presented in agenda item 5B. And we should get through this by afternoon tea time, I reckon.
Okay. Any hands? I guess indicative drafting, though, we're staying. It's indicative.
We were looking for direction, which we've got on the big form and the big concepts. So this is anything in particular that people think is important for us to know at present.
And I think Chun Wei and others gave you some ideas. Diane, I remember nodding during that as well, and others around the table. Bill?
A very minor point, but it'll put my conscience at rest. You had in para 4C, the term fraud is intended to include both actual fraud and suspected fraud. You've deleted that, but I presume that still applies. And then through the entire document, sometimes you refer to fraud, sometimes you refer to fraud or suspected fraud. I presume you just haven't done the global change at this stage. There's no intent to distinguish.
Yeah. Sally-Ann?
Sorry, can I just respond to Bill, to your comment? I think we read actual fraud there to be fraud as legally defined. So we struck that out because we're talking about throughout fraud or suspected fraud.
That would be fraud or suspected fraud would be the one throughout. Okay.
Unless specifically distinguished, but the actual fraud was meant to be more that legal determination.
Sorry, thank you.
Isabel?
Yes, on the section starting at paragraph 39A in agenda item 5B, there's a lot of duplication on ISA 701, so I think some have already mentioned that. Maybe we should reconsider the location. And when we start with 39A, in fact, we miss the filter because there's something that is missing. We say shall describe each fraud-related key audit matter, but the filter is in the determination of key audit matter. But here we don't see it. So maybe it's this connection because the filter is in 701, so that may support putting everything on key audit matter in the single place. Thank you.
Okay. That's a suggestion. No other hands. I think POH people were focused on the indicative element for this, and I think you got some good steering. Back to you, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Jesper, for that and all the hard work you've put into that section. Moving on to the final part, which is a two-part slide about the updated drafting. So any comments on the updated drafting in these four areas? If I can just make some brief comments about the introduction. You'll remember that in terms of the requirements of this project, the introduction was considered absolutely vital, that we set the right tone and the right thought process for an auditor before they started an audit to do with fraud. So in the introduction, which has been significantly rewritten, we have obviously included those words fraud and suspected fraud, and subject to the discussion between Sally Ann and Bill is where we've got to there. Stakeholders have questioned whether, given all the changes we've made, it was our intention to drive the auditor to a more forensic type audit. In other words, changing the roles and responsibilities of an audit. And I just wanted to be very clear up front that the task force is not intending the auditor to be a forensic specialist, and we are instead talking about the auditor planning and performing the audit with a fraud lens that we've talked about before. And if you need a specialist, getting them when those circumstances occur. The second thing we've heard is some people liked having the roles and responsibilities and the limitations all close together. We've moved the limitations down in the introductory area into the key concepts section, and we believe that that is the appropriate place, and that it's important that as people read the introduction, they read it in its entirety, not sentence by sentence. We have also included in the introduction professional skepticism. Won't be of any surprise to anyone that I think that's really important, that it's right at the front. And we have also talked about the importance of having the right tone at both a firm and an engagement level in terms of professional skepticism. So a short section, but an absolutely vital one in setting the scene for this targeted revision of 240. I don't have any specific comments on the other three areas. They are wording changes that came through either at the last two meetings or in written comments. So with that, we'll take questions on those four before, or do you want me to do the whole lot of them?
I think we probably should we just break?
Right.
So we want to
okay.
break these topics up, right?
Yeah.
I think it'll make it more manageable. Particularly, I think the risk assessment procedures and related activities is a lot of substantial changes to that, and I think that goes to potentially some of the concerns in terms of audit work too that we've heard earlier. Should we do introduction?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is paragraphs 1 to 9A. Remember, one of the things we were trying to do is set the right tone here, really go after the expectations gap by defining what the role and responsibilities are in a positive format too. And so we'll look forward to your comments. Eric.
My comments on new paragraph 8AB, capital A capital B, which, as I understand it, is taken from 250. First of all, it's a present tense sentence, which begs the question whether it's really intended to be a requirement or not. I noticed that in 250 it is a requirement. So I was just wondering, first of all, if this is it the intent that this should become a requirement and it's therefore in the wrong place, or are you really just giving this in the context of professional skepticism, in which case you might just need to edit it a little bit?
It's like Sally Ann was prepared for that.
We haven't drafted the requirement yet. It will be linked to the requirement.
Okay, I had one comment here. I think I shared it with Sally Ann. It was at the end of paragraph 5, where the final sentence that's been added, I like a lot, but I wish it were elevated in the somewhere, at least considered to be moved somewhere else in the early paragraphs, because it seems like it is a core speech. However, the inherent limitations of an audit are not a justification for the auditor to be satisfied with less than persuasive audit evidence. I feel like that's a core concept. And if we could find a place earlier on in a more positive standpoint, put it up, then it sort of says that that we're not relying upon the inherent limitations of an audit, even though we do describe them in the document. That's just a more tonal point of view. Anyone else? Ada?
Yeah, maybe just brief. I've mentioned in respect to question 1 that that I don't really think it matters too much in what phase or at what activity in the audit a suspected or perpetrated fraud was identified. So that may have an impact on paragraph 4 and paragraph 8. There's the, of course, the in paragraph 4D, the determination of whether a fraud is material or not. Of course, that there's professional judgment involved, but I think if we bring some of it in, but once a fraud has been identified, the auditor needs to take some action. It raises it to a level, potentially to a level of materiality anyway. So that part is more or less covered. In respect to paragraph 8, struggling a little bit with all the ISQM1 information there. I think the 220 information is sufficient for that paragraph. I think that's yeah, in respect to this section. Thank you.
Isabel.
Yes, so consistent with what I said earlier, I think in paragraph 9, we miss communication with the regulator, if any.
Okay. Should we move? You want to respond to those points, or should we move to engagement resources?
Can we do engagement resources and communication with management and those charged with governance together? Because I think they're
You've been reading my Agile piece.
Okay,
yes. The next 2 together, 16A, 16B, and related application material. Ada.
Just wanted to complement the task force with the inclusion of the elements of the COSO fraud management risk framework in the explanatory material in the AM for 16B. So I think that's a really good addition. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Sue?
Generally, I have very few comments on this. Some detailed stuff I'll send through, but on A12A, I may have missed, it's been moved somewhere, but there was a bullet on special purpose entities. and that's been deleted. And I was just surprised by that because they're obviously still, still an issue.
Okay. Any other comments on this section? Could I just have, you want to respond?
Just going to say, just so we thought the dot point above it covered it.
Okay. We're running up towards our scheduled break now. My only question is, I don't think this could get done in 10 minutes, but maybe 10 minutes is fine. It's just a question of how many people are prepared to comment on the next section. Maybe by show of hands. Okay, maybe we could do this then. Let's go. You up for going through it? And then we'll get started the break later if we move to. Okay, are we up for the next section? Eric nodded his head when I said, "Are you gonna?" Now I put you on the spot, and you think you're not quite ready for it. 17 through 24. It has the nice green color, showing our sustainability roots, particularly if you don't print the page out.
We have taken all of the comments on board, and we've had quite a substantive discussion on this before, which is why I didn't highlight anything, because we thought people were getting close in terms of this section.
And maybe just also for your comfort, Tom, we are generally happy with it. So there was a couple of comments that I've provided offline, but don't raise to the level of significance that I feel that I need to address it here.
Yeah, and we've spent so much time on this section, so like I would sort of make sure that people are now basically comfortable that this is knowing where we are today, and things could change, but that this is relatively bedded down at this point, because this was a core discussion from previously, and it engendered lots of comments. So to go from lots to now, it must mean that people think that the task force has been very responsive and handled it this way, consistent with public interest on this point, and that we've struck the right balance and added the lens of 315 to the standard. Are people in agreement there? Agree? This would not be a place that I'd expect a fatal flaw to come back in the standard. There may be other places, but this is not a place. Okay, Lynn, you were right. We didn't need to take the break.
Are we going to move on to slide 9, or are we going to have a cup of tea now?
Since it's your last meeting, I'll let you make the call there.
Cup of tea.
Okay. You see, this is delegation at best. So we'll take a break. We'll resume at 3:30. Good discussion. And we'll finish this off. We should have the sustainability team in the room ready to go. We'll pick that up, and we'll then go to 5 p.m. and we'll cover as much of that up. The one other thing, Kai, Morton, it may be worth just highlighting right now what's coming back tomorrow from LCE. Jasper, look at this is multitasking, Jasper.
Also delegation by Kai. So we're bringing back the component auditor piece in the authority. So where most of the comments were on, like the exclusion of component auditors, that area.
Okay. Great. Let's take a break. You. Okay, we should start getting back. Warren reappeared. Warren, I don't know if you realize that when you come on screen, it's like you come from like out of the shadows through the wall.
Superhero.
He is our super. I got to spend a lot of time with Warren in South Africa, and he is a superhero. We're not going to say what superhero you are, though. I'll leave that for a caption contest later. Okay, we spent a lot of time in the break talking about how we could possibly, in the future, capture some of the internal control deficiencies within the context of what we had, but I'll leave those great considerations to the task force at a later date. We still have some more of question 5 to go, I think. And we'll finish up fraud, and then we'll be sustainable for the rest of the afternoon. Lynn.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the first and the last one, the two in the middle. There's wording changes, and happy to hear any feedback, but there's nothing I'd like to highlight. In terms of number 1, in September, we were told that the application material didn't connect to the requirement. So we have added more details to the requirement and tried to highlight the specific matters in the application material. We also took into account the board's caution in June not to repeat 315, so we've tried not to. The new material is material misstatement due to fraud 34 E to H, and in that area, in those sections, we have drafted them on the premise that the auditor has identified a misstatement due to fraud as a result of additional audit procedures performed to address fraud or suspected fraud identified when responding to a ROM due to fraud. I had to read that because of all the fraud words in it. And then if the misstatement was identified when responding to a ROM, it follows that the misstatement is due to fraud. So understanding the nature of the misstatement is a part of required additional procedures performed, and that's in the section. We also want to just draw your attention to the fact that this section, once you've decided there's a misstatement, you need to decide whether it's material, both on qualitative and quantitative characteristics. And that hooks you right back into the introduction when we talk about those. So with that, I think, Tom, we can take all 3 together. I'm all 4 together. And get any comments people have on those 4 sections, and the references are on the right-hand side.
Okay. Jim.
I had a little trouble with 24C, And that's the obtaining an understanding of how management has created and maintained a culture of honesty and ethical behavior. And I think the challenge is, and I think of the public sector world, how you would tell a public sector auditor or any auditor to make that assessment in terms of their honesty or lack thereof. Is there an exam, or I just don't. It's very, very subjective, and control environment inherently is. But I think the wording was challenging. On Sally, and you're looking maybe under control environment 24/7. Yeah.
I think it's an important concept because it goes to the tone at the top. And, you know, you're looking for things like the way people treat each other in the organization, what tone comes from the top, whether they've got codes of conduct, whether they've got procedures in place that you'd expect to have.
I think the latter are more commonly used, tone at the top, codes. Those can tell me more about it than here. It almost is like you're assessing honest culture of honesties. That's where it seems much more subjective.
Sally Ann?
So maybe we just need to explore this a little bit more, because right now we're leveraging off words in 315. In paragraph 21, where they talk about evaluating whether management, with the oversight of those charged with governance, has created and maintained a culture of honesty and ethical behavior. So we're building off of 315, unfortunately, or fortunately.
We all love 315.
Okay.
Eric.
Thanks. So I just wanted to ask on 24F, or certainly the area of control activities, where we don't seem to have addressed the information system and communication component in this series of requirements. So I'm just wondering if that was something that's still being worked on. The second one was in 26B. I know it's a lift from 24 to 240/28, but it's sort of a shall within a shall, and I just wondered if there was a better way of expressing that so it's not embedded on each other. On 27, I found this requirement confusing. I wasn't sure how it worked, because I know in 25, the auditor's gone through and identified fraud risk factors. And during that process, they don't necessarily go through those fraud risk factors one by one and go, well, this one's to do with revenue recognition and this one's to do with different things. It's really just what are the fraud risk factors. And so when you get to 27, it then says in making the determination of the which types of revenue give rise to risks, it's saying you're supposed to go through all these fraud risk factors, and if there's any of them that are relevant to recognition, then you have to do something. You have to take them into account. And first of all, I think in CUSP we were saying take into account is discouraged because it's not entirely clear what the work effort is. So I'm just not sure how the auditor would operationalize this requirement. It seems to imply that the auditor has to go through all of the fraud risk factors and pick out ones that are related to revenue recognition and then go through this requirement and sort of take them into account. So that one kind of worried me. the last one, I had a number of other ones that I can send offline, but there was one in A49L that I just wanted to raise in the meeting here. So in 34F, if the auditor has reason to believe that there's an identified misstatement due to fraud, you've got to determine the implications for the audit, and that makes sense. But when you read A49L, which is the application material, it's talking about there may be things in other parts of the audit that have implications to the risks of fraud. It's backwards to the requirement. So I just wondered if we need to revisit the application material to explain how 34F works. And that's all I wanted to raise at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Isabel, sorry.
So we are doing everything on the slide. Yeah, okay. So first one is on A23K, first bullet, third sub-bullet. And we are considering the applicable financial reporting framework and trying to see if there's increased susceptibility to misstatement due to management bias. And the third bullet refers to expertise in a field other than accounting or auditing. So if we are focusing on the application of a financial reporting framework by management, I'm not sure we need a reference to auditing. And at the end, we say that management can influence and direct work performed and conclusion reached by the expert. So I think we should clarify that it's management expert. Or if it's not management expert, I don't understand what we mean. Because how could management influence our own expert? So that was the first one. Second one, A29A. We say that because revenue is such that it is highly susceptible to fraudulent financial reporting, fraud may exist in revenue recognition, even if it's simple. We were not sure which paragraph was needed, because this has always been in the air. A29A. It's like stating the obvious. So not sure we discussed it before. Next one, A30B. We say that when there are fraud risk factors present related to revenue recognition, it is ordinarily inappropriate to rebut the presumption of fraud risk in revenue recognition. So it's kind of a requirement because ordinarily means always. That's what I learned when I arrived for the first time at the IAASB, and now it's clear in CUSP. So is it really true? Can we challenge that? Do we really need it? When we discussed it in our preparatory meeting, we were not all convinced that that was always true. And sorry, I missed one. It's in A30. The edits that were made. So there's greater risk of fraud in revenue recognition in the case of entities that generate a substantial portion of revenue through cash sales. And when we saw that, some auditors who are involved in auditing shops or supermarkets were very surprised. At least when it's a big supermarket, they are very organized not to have that kind of fraud. So it was created a kind of presumption that the more you have cash sales, the more you're exposed to fraud, while it's not necessarily the case, at least for some of these well-structured entities. So I remember the wording we had before was very complex, so we wanted to clarify it, but by clarifying it, maybe we created unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking around. No other 10 cards? Oh, okay. Back to you.
Thank you very much for those. What I heard were some suggestions to look at some wording, and a second thing was to run our eye over whether we could operationalise all of the requirements. So with that, I'll move on to the final slide. Oh, hold on. Jesper's going to say something before I move on to the final slide.
Yeah, sorry, maybe on Eric's comment on the information system. We looked at it at the beginning, which of the components or from internal control we would add something on the when there was a fraud lens, or there's anything fraud specific we could add, and in the information system we didn't think there was anything there. So if there's anything particular you think we should highlight, then feel free to send it to us and we can have a look at it. But that's the reason why that one is not included.
Okay.
Okay, the way forward, we've now finished our December discussion, and we will continue to bring items forward in March and June next year for discussion. As you can see, the exposure draft is shaping up quite nicely, and it is due for approval in September or thereabouts, working towards a March 2025 final standard. So this is for your information only, and I trust that the task force under the chair of Julie will come out with a wonderful revised 240, and I wish you all the very best.
At this moment, I think I'll ask Jim, you have any reflections on the discussion?
Not so much on this aspect of the discussion. I did want to circle back though on the issue of significant deficiencies, and just say in the governmental environment, the auditors are required to put significant deficiencies in writing, and so there is a precedence for this. And I think a number of the auditors, when that was originally proposed, it received the same responses we received today. But it ultimately prevailed and the world did not end. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Jim. And Michael, I'll turn to you. I guess we could restart our discussion on which we all look forward to. Michael.
Yeah, no, it does sound like there's opportunity to give further thought to it, so that's good. But no, I think there has been good progress made today, despite the fact that I said that the PILB was more encouraged by the direction after September than we might be today. But I think the encouraging part about today was that that there was good discussion by the board and a fair measure of agreement on most things, and useful discussion of, or not discussion so much, but ideas given on drafting and how that could be clarified as well. So progress is being made, and I look forward to that continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. The good thing Julie, is that you're getting a pretty well-developed package, the chair to chair this committee. So I think we're in good shape. We have a couple of tough issues to hammer out along the way, but I'm confident that we could succeed and fulfill of all the public interest issues. Remember, we always want to circle back to what we set out as our public interest issues at the start of the project and check back to make sure we fulfilled them. Okay, I think that's the end on fraud today. Next, we're going to turn to sustainability. We're going to run up to about 5 p.m. Here or there, we'll break at a logical point. Maybe I should give a 5-minute break to people just as we reset the table for the team sustainability. So you have 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Use it to check emails. You have to run to the restroom, please do that. But we will recommence in 5 minutes. Okay. We're back. So I know we started yesterday, and I assume we're gonna resume from where we left off. So I'll go back to you, Lynn, right now.
Okay, this paper, we had 3 parts. We talked about process yesterday. We're now going to talk about the key principles, and then we're going to get on to the key concepts. And we will have a question on the principles that I'm just going to run through. At our last task force meeting, we started to talk about why is something in, why is it out? How do we determine what we put into this overarching standard and what we, more importantly, what we don't put in? And I'm going to start in the top right-hand corner and explain how we got to address as a concept that is known. We started getting very long in our drafting and in our discussions because we were talking about either an auditor, either somebody in the accounting or another profession who knew very little about this area. And we were therefore putting in an enormous amount of detail. So we talked about it and said what we need is a principle that addresses the concept of a practitioner who has knowledge of the assurance framework and sustainability reporting would be expected to be knowledgeable about. So that takes out a lot of detail and a lot of practical application. So that was a very important concept that we kept coming back to saying, look, that's common sense. People know about that. We don't have to write it down. Continuing on with the not included, and I will come to what is concluded. We had that if it's about a particular topic or a particular framework, we've already said we're going to be framework neutral, then we shouldn't have it in. And in the application material, taking that this is an overarching standard, we should not be putting a how-to guide into the application material. So they were what we won't include. What we would include were the 6 priority areas, namely reasonable and limited assurance, the scope of the engagement, evidence and documentation, planning, risk and materiality. And as you will have seen from reading the papers, they are definitely linked topics. The second area which we would include is to try and work out what level is an overarching standard, what level of granularity are we talking about. We'd first of all look at whether it was relevant to most sustainability assurance engagements. So if it was a particularly specialist area on a particular little part of sustainability reporting, it wouldn't be suitable for an overarching standard. Also, if the underlying source had a great level of granular detail, we'd pick the principles, we'd pick the concepts and put them in, not the level of detail that might be in, for example, 315. And we would, below the orange line, in terms of application material, address why the requirement was in place and what it meant. So that was the principle that we, the principles that guided us. We obviously had them on a whiteboard and we've moved and changed them, but the basis of what is in each of the parts that you're going to go through over
before Thursday night is based on this framework for decision making. We then looked at the definitions and we looked at each one individually, and we said that the only ones we'd include is if we required, whatever, an explanation to support consistent interpretation and application. So if a word had a common sense meaning, we'd leave it as a common sense meaning. So that is the framework that has guided us to this point of the papers you see in front of you. Our first question is, do you support these guiding principles? Because if you do, they'll be used for the next drafting of 5,000, because remember, we've only done so many of the parts at present, but to complete it, they also help you understand the parts that we're about to consider. So back to you, Tom.
Okay. So a little bit builds off of our discussion from the last meeting. Any comments, Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Lynn, and the task force, and all the support you've gathered around the task force for the monumental effort provided, also monumental efforts on our behalf to get through it all. So congratulations on that. In respect of this specific topic, you started with the concept that I'll call it a experienced assurance practitioner and knowledge of the assurance framework. And there's this niggle and a slight bit of caution, given that we already see in practice that 3,000 is not necessarily applied consistently between people within the accounting profession versus outside of it. And this would be an area where I think you have that as well. And so you may need to be erring on the side of caution in this respect on the knowledge of the assurance framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai.
Thank you. Very similar point. I think when we had the project proposal, we also talked about standalone. It needs to have a sufficient requirements and so to have consistent performance and application. So I'm not saying that you've done it wrong in what you presented so far, but in the principle whether that concept should come across a little bit more eminent, having some of the same concerns as Edo has. We do need to have like an entry point, and the standard is not supposed to be a book to learn how to do sustainability assurance. It's supposed to set the requirements and what you're supposed to do, and or set the standard. But some level of concern around that. Thanks.
Over to Kaiue.
Thanks, Tom. And Lynn, I'm deeply impressed how much material you and your team has created since the last board meeting. That's what a lot of big package which we have got. Thanks very much for this. Back to the question, of course, I support these guidelines for the standing, for the guiding principles for this standard. Thanks.
Joe.
Thank you, and I'll echo the congratulations, Lynn, to yourself and the staff and the team. Absolutely outstanding job. I'll send some detailed comments through, but probably the short answer to the question is yes. Just probably echoing a few comments that others have made in relation to people who are not auditors, whether we might need to think about, I think as Ado said, sort of erring on the side of caution. The outreach we did was quite interesting because often we get pushback about the length of what's in there, but the feedback was more that it needs to say what it needs to say to allow people to be able to understand. I wondered as we sort of progress on this, whether there might be opportunities to kind of consult and field test maybe with non-audit practitioners as well. And on a more detailed level, I think we can probably put in some more sustainability specific requirements or guidance. We've included some suggestions in what I've sent through, and also some sustainability examples to highlight the difference between limited and reasonable assurance, which is one of your priority areas. Thank you.
So just to pick up on the other professions, one of the reference groups is deliberately other professions so that we do get their input on an ongoing basis. And they are certainly consistent. Their comments are consistent with this framework at present. So, but we need to keep checking in.
Thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And I'm going to sound like an echo chamberlain. Overall, the drafting is high quality, is probably like small words to use on what's been done in a very short period of time. Very impressive. And I think the overarching principles make sense. I have the same concern about practitioners and non-practitioners, and I'm aware that there's 2 reference groups. And I think I made this comment yesterday. I understand that regulators will be monitoring this, but there are some countries that don't have regulators, and those countries are still going to use this standard. I don't have a solution. I still need to noodle on that. Is that your expression? Because I don't like to present challenges without solutions, but I am concerned about that as well. And then I have 2 questions. There was, in the original materials, there was a mapping across all the different places that you're pulling things from. In the end, will we see that mapping again? So I don't need to ask any further. I see you saying yes. And I just want to put a plug in for first time implementation material here and now.
Thank you. Len?
Yeah, Lynn, echo the work efforts, especially you have drafting teams as well. So task force and drafting team efforts. I think my comments just don't repeat others have said. And Lynn, you kind of addressed the reference group number 1. So I wasn't very clear whether the reference group number 1 has any specific feedback based on the agenda paper here. I know you say you're checking on it, so just wondering whether that has taken place. Number 2 is in the project proposal. Also, we had in last meeting is collaborating with the other standard setter, because this type of engagements, some practitioners outside the accounting profession are using other standards. So just wondering whether work has been done in that space. Thank you, Ben.
You want to gather a couple up, or do you want to respond to that question?
Let me start with Len's 2, and then we'll address Wendy's 2, and then we'll move on. And I'll come back to some of the others. Yes, we have started to talk to ISO. There is active emails going backwards and forwards to set up meetings between ISO and IAASB and ourselves. I think Billy's going to represent us at those meetings. So they're certainly doing work in that area. So, and that's the biggest other provider of assurance standards. So we're certainly starting that journey. In terms of the reference groups, they have met, and where we think it's relevant, we have included their comments in the papers. So they, I think, Claire, have they met once or twice? Times.
There's a microphone.
Yeah.
Use the microphone.
The reference group number 1 has met at least 3 times. We've got the dates in the papers, in the attached paper, and the reference group number 2 has met once because that's newer. Reference group number 1 has the practitioners from other professions and others representing other professions. And reference group number 2, which has only met once, has representatives of the accounting profession.
On first time application and material, I'm going to give you my personal opinion on this. I think you will have failed if you need an overarching standard plus the EER guidance plus first time implementation. This is an overarching standard, and I think you should be trying to work towards a package of both of them that is sufficient for people to use. Personal opinion, we haven't talked about it as a task force, but I'll put it on the table anyway. Natalie, you wanted to pick up mapping.
Yeah, and then I think just before that, just on the reference groups, I think, Len, to come back to your question a bit on the timing of the reference groups, what we're trying to do is also make sure we're getting the input before we also talk to the task force, because we want to get that practical perspective on some of, and get their thinking about some of the initial proposals. So it is a little bit of a timing thing in terms of when we speak to them over a quarter. So we haven't necessarily spoken to them about all the papers in front of you because we spoke to them a little bit earlier this quarter than in the later half. So that's just on our timing of engagement with them. On the first time, on the mapping, it was our intention to do something for this meeting, but with all the papers we had, we didn't manage to get to that one. But what we do plan to do is just map 3,000 and 3410 requirements to where they're ending up in the different parts. We won't map all the application material or all the EER stuff, because I think that will just be a bit difficult to do, but 3,000, 3410 will show where they've landed up and what differences there are, if any. So we'll hopefully have that for March. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalie. Just to add on the ISO engagement, the idea is that then Gabriella and I will engage with their leadership who are driving the project. Incidentally, next week there's an IAASB roundtable in which standard setters are participating. My understanding is that ISO will be part of the participation of the event. So we're very much attuned to that point right now. Julie.
Thank you, and thanks, Lynn, and your army, I guess, of drafters, task force members, staff, everybody that's putting this together. It's amazing. I wasn't surprised by anything you had in the guiding principles, but maybe just a couple of things for consideration. And I'll start with maybe what you don't have included. And I think what I heard you say is that you're including a concept that the practitioner would have knowledge of the assurance framework and sustainability reporting. I think that's what I heard you say. Consideration maybe for whether or not the practitioner also needs to be knowledgeable about the information or the topic itself. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes these topics are wide ranging, and being an expert in one topic might not necessarily mean you're knowledgeable and expert in another, but just for consideration there. You mentioned the framework neutral, which I totally agree with, and I know our standards are framework neutral, but I believe you're probably behind the scenes making sure that, at least with the IAASB standards and international standards that are out there, we're not doing anything that would be inconsistent, at least with being able to apply those. So that was just a question I had in my mind. And then I think the other one would be, I'm on the same page with you about the first time implementation guide, and that you shouldn't need it if your standard is robust enough. But it goes to the point that we heard, which was making sure what's in the standard is what needs to be in the standard. And if in the case, and there's a few places, and we can send this to you, but where maybe we've truncated the EER guidance a little bit short, And if that's the case, then I think what we will hear is we need first-time implementation guidance, because that's not now in the standard, and we had it in the EER guidance, and how does that work? And so it's just keeping that balance in mind.
And I just clarify, the EER guidance will still exist. It's not being withdrawn. We're just taking, like we'll have 3000 and 3410, they'll still all exist, but we're picking bits out of them. So that will be available to people. But here the comment about we might need to be fuller in some of the application material, and pointing that out to us over the next couple of days would be really valuable. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's been a theme that's been echoed a couple of times. Is like we're trying to be Goldilocks here, but if anything, maybe we may have to add a little bit more to make sure that there's some consistency and that you don't need to go outside. John Wade.
Thank you, and thanks, excuse me, Lynn, and the tremendous work that everyone has been talking about. I think it's just phenomenal what you have delivered to us in this meeting. So thank you for that. Just starting off firstly with the other standard sets I heard, ISO. I'm not hearing accountability. So the one that came up with AA 1000 AS, are we engaging them as well? I guess that's a question. Okay. Yeah. So I've heard a few stakeholders coming to me and say, you guys know that there is this other framework out there, and say we are aware. And I remember this being mentioned in one of the passport papers. So yeah. Just on the guiding principles, I think is really helpful to have them in front of us. And obviously with your army just dealing with different parts of the standard, is helpful to have this guiding the work. So thank you for this. I have, I guess, the similar feedback from my reference group about, that ISAE 3000 paragraph 31, how is landing in practice. So that one you've heard enough. So it's good that we have the reference group to bounce this against, because you started off your comment saying that when we started developing the standard, we put in a lot of material, taking into consideration the non-accountant. So those have been taken out. So we just really need to make sure that it's working in practice. And I think it is for us to underscore this part, the importance of this part, together with the ethics requirement, together with the QM requirements, and to make sure that there is this level playing field, etc., that have been talked about for a really long time. So I just want to sort of underscore that a little bit, repeating what others have said. On the context and insights on specific frameworks, I think a little bit to Julie's point as well, but also I think in ISA we have in application material references to IFRS, for example. So of course IAASB standards are under development. So, but I'm just wondering whether there's also a plan where appropriate to bring some of those in into the application material. Yeah, thanks.
On the engagement front, I should say that our international standard setting contacts are not limited to ISO or the IAASB. Also speaking to GRI on a pretty regular basis as well, and other major jurisdictional bodies that are setting standards too. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. There's a lot of outreach. That's why we need an army of people to write, because we're all sort of divided and conquering in terms of the outreach component to this. Yosh.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the task force hard work, especially the Lean has a double work of including the fraud project. Thank you very much. I have one general comment and two hopes as a non-native. As a general comment, under the circumstances where the development of standards is required rapidly, it is necessary to discuss the standards for each part of ISA or ISSA 5000, which has a massive volume. So In order to ensure that sufficient consideration can be given, I suggest to consider sharing the agenda papers which have been prepared by posting them in a timely way to smooth out the consideration efforts I want. Especially for non-native jurisdiction, it will not be possible to fully discuss the agenda with stakeholders, even if a large number of agenda papers are submitted shortly before the board meeting. I am also concerned that the task force might receive many comments after the exposure draft is published, resulting in inefficiencies such as backtracking. So I want to thank the task force. And 2 comments about the ISSA 5000 drafting policy. I am always supporting the drafting policy of the sustainability assurance. In order for ISSA 5000 to be globally applicable to all assurance providers, it is important to develop a professional agnostic standard. Collaboration with assurance providers other than accountants will be important, as mentioned by others. It is necessary to make the standards practically applicable to non-accountants in the early stages, while practice is not measured. So it is necessary to consider allowing flexibility in the standards, I think. The next one is at paragraph 6 issues paper. The task force is proposing a policy of not including into the ISSA 5000 provisions the requirement for engagement letters to have competencies related to assurance skills and techniques which are developed through extensive training and practical experience. But as it is important for the assurance engagement quality and the enforcement to ensure that accountability can be properly fulfilled as an assurance engagement provider, especially for non-accountants, I would like the task force that the content of competencies is included in the ISSA 5000 provisions. That is, thank you very much.
Thank you, Yosh. Lynn?
Thank you very much for those comments. I deliberately started with the practitioner in the top right-hand corner, and I hear the cautions around that. It actually is a really important principle going forward. So here the need to make sure we're consistent and that it does stand alone for practitioners, and also that we consider the issue of topics in terms of that clutch of issues around the practitioner. In terms of ethics, we're going to hear from the IAASB on Thursday. As I said, it is a big issue, and it is a very big issue in terms of other professions. So certainly an important point. The timing of papers, we know they came out on time, but it's really hard for us to get them out at this pace of work any earlier. But I do encourage board members and everybody around this table to share the papers after the meeting, because they're not set in stone now. They're going to keep being developed. So we would welcome, I said yesterday, any reflective comments, more than welcome after this, so we can actually build those in. In terms of being framework neutral, like we take into account accounting standards, we will also take into account some frameworks and use some examples from specific frameworks, and we certainly run them by to see if they will work or won't work, because we've got to make this practical. And the only way we can do that is to make sure, well, one of the ways we can do that is to make sure it fits with the other standards that are out there. So that will be done. And in terms of competence, I think that's part 3. It's in
too. So we're going to draft that. So those ideas are useful. Thank you. So I think we've now finished question 1. Okay. Okay, the second thing is the concepts that underlie these papers. And I just want to run through this diagram, which is Diane's favourite diagram in the entire world, and just make sure that we're all comfortable with the concepts and the terminology before we move on to aggregation and disaggregation. So the blue box is the criteria that is either in the framework, so the criteria in the IAASB framework or the GRI framework or whichever other framework or combination of frameworks people are using. Usually they are not sufficient and the entity develops some criteria themselves. So that's the first building block, is to have the criteria. And you'll see that all the arrows are heading into the green box, and I'm going to come to the green box, but one of the inputs to your disclosures is your criteria. Then in terms of the sustainability information that we are going to assure, which is the middle part of this diagram, we start with the underlying subject matter. We used to call it sustainability subject matter, and we've gone back to underlying subject matter. The first part of that are the topics. So think the big picture here. What are the topics you could potentially include in your sustainability information? And we've given you some examples there. So climate, human rights, biodiversity. Then within each topic, there are aspects of those topics. For example, you might have the risks and opportunities of those areas. You might have scenario analysis, which we've heard from consultation is one of the challenges for people. Or we could be talking about controls and risks. So 2 important topics and aspects of topics, which are also inputs to the disclosure on your sustainability information. We have then got characteristics. They are, and these are all very familiar terms in the sustainability reporting area. You've got your quantitative and qualitative, you've got your judgmental and factual, you've got your historic and forward-looking, you've got something that's a point in time, you've got something that's over a period. So that's another input into your sustainability information. And we have included in this diagram the concept of assertions. Assertions are not part of 3000, but they are in 3410, and we are using as a part of our construct here, assertions. Then the orange boxes on the right talk about the assurance engagement, where we start with determining the scope of it. Are we going to cover everything that's disclosed? Are we going to cover some topics? Are we going to cover aspects of topics? And maybe we could even cover just some of the characteristics. For example, quantitative measures. So all of those are possible. And then once we've done the engagement, we express an opinion, which once again is obviously connected to the scope. It can be in part or as a whole. So that is the framing of the concepts and the terms that we're using. Natalie, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think just, the arrows obviously show the relationship of how they go into the disclosures. And I think just on the conclusions, sorry, going back to the orange box, the conclusions, our thinking was that it's not necessarily just one conclusion. You could have multiple conclusions within a assurance engagement. So for example, you could have different levels of assurance on different aspects of information, or you could have a conclusion on controls and a conclusion on metrics. So how that is sliced and diced could vary from engagement to engagement. So that all is related then to, what are the disclosures that are within the scope of the engagement? And, that's obviously all interrelated then with the topics and criteria and so on.
Thanks, Natalie. And just to reiterate, these are important concepts because we use them throughout the standard. Every part you've read, use these concepts and use these words. I won't put my hand on my heart and guarantee we've got them absolutely consistent at this point in time, but our objective over time is to make sure that they are all completely consistent with this diagram. And there's obviously more detail in terms of this diagram in paper 7. So moving on to aggregation and disaggregation. As we were working through the parts, we realized that there were some really important intertwining concepts that we needed to get our heads around. This diagram is not in the paper 7. It's our construct to discuss it here. And I'm only going to take the big ideas, and because presuming you've read the detail in the report, in the paper. The first thing that we started to say is, what is the difference between reasonable and limited? One very, very consistent theme we keep hearing about sustainability information is what's reasonable, what's limited, and what's the difference between the two. And as we have thought about it, there are more similarities than there are differences, actually. So when you're setting materiality for disclosures, it's material, doesn't matter which kind of assurance you're giving. So you determine the materiality in the same way for either. When it comes to risk assessment, there's differences. But when you come back to evaluating misstatements, you're back to being in the same box. So same method. In terms of doing the work and saying, how should we audit? How should we do this assurance engagement? When we do financial auditing, we know we're going to have a certain bits of revenue and expenditure and assets and liabilities, and we have a set framework. So we already have the disaggregation set for us. Here, the important concept I'd like to reinforce is the importance of professional judgment and the practitioner determining what is the most appropriate way, given the scope of the engagement, to disaggregate the information. Is it by topic? Is it by aspects of topic? Is it by the characteristics? For example, you might decide within the health and safety information to do all the forward-looking information together because that's the most efficient way to do it. The blue box in the right-hand corner is called, obviously, aggregated disclosures. If you are required to give an opinion on the disclosures as a whole, that's when you need to bring together all of the disclosures and all of the misstatements and determine whether the user is getting adequate information by what's disclosed. That isn't easy. And the reason that we've gone for disaggregated for all the other areas is the fact that it is very hard to aggregate health and safety, biodiversity, governance, risk, etc. So we have put that only as a box for part B. The other part of materiality we have considered is performance materiality. And we, at this stage, have made the decision that performance materiality will not be a requirement. It will be something people could use if they wanted to, but it would not be a requirement. So that's where we have got to at this point in time. Those are the base concepts we are using, particularly across the risk section, the planning section, and the 8.1 and 8.2. They're the basic concepts we use. Hold on, I've just lost it. I will have a look to see if I had any other notes. Oh, the final point I'd like to make is that, no, two final points. Number one, this is a different concept than double materiality. And I'm expecting comments on double materiality, but double materiality is not something that the practitioner does. It's something the preparer does in determining what information is in that green box. So that's why it is not on this diagram. That's how it fits. The final thing I'd like to say is this concept of aggregation and disaggregation is not new. It is the same concept we used in the EER guidance, and it is exactly the same concepts that we debated as a board in terms of that guidance. So it's obviously been repackaged for various different parts here, but they are not new ideas, but we do have new people around the table. So we thought it was important that people got the understanding of this at this point of our discussions. Claire or Natalie, is there anything I've missed or you'd like to clarify?
No, Lynn, I think that's covered everything. So nothing further to add. Thanks.
Okay, as it's been said, we do have a lot of people involved in this project, and a lot of the drafting team have got my back here. So we may well answer questions across the task force and the drafting team rather than just staff or just the chair. It's a bit of a different approach, I know, but just to warn you. So we now have our questions on aggregation and disaggregation, which are taken from paper 7. I am not sure whether to take them as one or one by one. Tom, do you have a preference? Given the timing, we might have to do that.
Well, maybe maybe we should deal with A and B sort of go together. Let's do them all together. I think it's really hard to disaggregate these questions. You think at 4:40 in the afternoon I could come up with that. Okay.
Okay, happy.
Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. I'll probably, Lynn, if you don't mind, just deal with A, and because then I have to open up the other paragraphs and look through, see if I have any specific comments on those. But actually, I like the idea of aggregation, disaggregation. It's plain English. It's clear what we mean there. From my perspective, the only thing that I am really cautious about is ditching performance materiality altogether. It's aggregation risk that we have to take into account. And the way that you've dealt with it may well be in the application material, but I would strongly advise the task force to actually have that as an actual consideration of whether they need to think about it, because aggregation risk is possible in some of this material. And I don't know how you even work out material misstatements if you're not thinking about materiality at that level. So I would like to see a more robust approach to that. But I do understand the fact that it may not be relevant in all cases. And then the other thing, which wasn't necessarily clear from the paper, but it was in the way you articulated it, is sort of see it in the way that we dealt with it in 600, in the sense that however management has set up the components in their own mind, the auditor will approach the planning and performance of that group audit in a manner that's more effective and efficient and quality driven for them. So I think it may not be quite clearly coming through, and that's why I probably need to have another look, that the aggregation or disaggregation, first you look to what has management done, but then you think about, but how best can I then get the evidence I need to deliver an assurance opinion or conclusion on this matter. So maybe something we need to think about in terms of the material supporting those paragraphs. But if you'll forgive me, I'll come back to you on B. And because it's the first time I've spoken in respect of this agenda item, I just want to also extend my thanks to the task force, the drafting team, staff, everybody involved in pulling together all these fantastic papers. I really appreciate it, and fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
There'll be lots of comments to follow from this, but I just wanted at the outset to say that diagram, the first one you put up, is outstanding, and I just compliment the task force on putting that together. And then as you read through the aggregation and disaggregation material, to me, I think, as I say, there may be some tinkering, but I think it's just a sensational job. Well done.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. I would echo Josephine's comments about performance materiality. I think it might not be relevant all the time, but I think if we want to drive the concept of thinking about aggregation risk, I do think you need it to refer to it. So I would be like, add my vote to that, Josephine. I think that interesting, Lynn, you said aggregation and disaggregation is in the ER. So apologies, I don't remember that. But it was one of the terms that tripped people up a little bit. And it tripped me up a little bit too. And I wonder if it tripped me up because the way I was reading some of the paragraphs as a cold read, it felt like we were almost making decisions about the aggregation and disaggregation that I would have expected management to make in preparing the information against whatever criteria they're preparing it with, as opposed to what you've described, which is, well, now that you have the information, you might choose a different disaggregation to go and execute on your work. So I'm not sure that came out as clearly as it needs to in the papers, because that was definitely, are we blurring the lines, between a management responsibility and a practitioner's responsibility? So I also need to go pop open 7D and see if I have any comments, but that was my comment on A.
Thank you. Kai?
Thank you. I felt to commend the Army on the great work that they have done. In my first comments, I wanted to do that. All the work that the task force and the drafting team has done made made it a tremendous effort for us to prepare for this meeting, which is good. And I think the approach works. So I'm looking forward to the further meetings. I do agree with what you have in front here with the aggregation and disaggregation. I think that concept works, and I haven't heard anything specific from the people that we spoke to that it should be different. And similar to Bill, the diagram you had, I think helps quite a lot.
Thank you. Sachika?
Thank you, Tom. And first of all, I also echo other about how much work you've done. I think it's very tremendous work. I cannot even imagine how it must be hard. So thank you very much. And with regard to this question, concept of disclosure, I understand the notion conceptually, and also I agree that determination of materiality as well as identification and assessment risk are based on disaggregated disclosures only. But when I talk to my reference group, I receive many questions on aggregated disclosure. People's reactions are, it is a kind of bit difficult to picture how the concept of aggregated disclosure will be put in place, especially because it is not required to determine materiality. But on the other hand, you need to require evaluation whether a misstatement are material in aggregate, because they are kind of interrelated issue. So people find it hard to vision how it works. I do not have any kind of specific suggestion, but it's rather kind of overall reaction that I received. So maybe this is an area where we need to have careful consideration on it. But at the same time, I just want to say thank you. It's very important, concept that we need to, put first to pursue the drafting of the standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Kaori?
Thanks, Tom. As Arthur has mentioned, the diagram is really helpful because it presents the context for this discussion about disaggregation, aggregation. Yeah, that's the big benefit from this diagram. My first answer relates to question little a. I'm generally in favor of the approach to the disaggregation of information for materiality and risk consideration purposes. But in this context, I believe that there needs to be further clarity about the fact in the requirements in application material that we are dealing with the disaggregation of information within disclosures as defined for these purposes. With respect to the aggregation of information, the requirement considering the aggregation for assurance conclusion purposes appears to be reasonable, but such aggregation of disclosures does not appear to be appropriate for materiality or risk consideration purposes because of the fact that such disclosures are largely independent of one another for these purposes. This is my answer to little a. I think we have another round for little b and so on. This is right. Yeah.
Well, I think we've de facto gotten to that point because people have not been able to pull up the agenda item 7D. So we will circle back to the 7Ders.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So
that makes life easier. Obviously, I've got to change my name to Kai, given all the Kais we've just had speaking.
And you won't know who I call on.
So if we're just dealing with A, then I agree with the approach that you've got there. Particularly with all the evolving frameworks, it's going to be something that frameworks will start to describe in any event. So, but I think the approach there is good. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Okay, so we're just doing 5A. Yeah, okay. So graphics are great. 5A, 2A, sorry. graphics are great. And I wanted to circle back on, there were a lot of papers, but they made a lot of sense. It was a little frightening to see them all, but they were well put together. On 2A, the non-prescriptive approach is appropriate for the overarching standard for aggregation or disaggregation. And to something that Julie said, I think we do need to clarify the practitioner's determination for the user of the standard. The practitioner's determination of aggregation or disaggregation is for the purposes of their work versus management is responsible for their own aggregating and disaggregating in the sustainability information in accordance with the criteria. So I think Julie touched on that perhaps in a slightly different way. And then of course, I think perhaps we can address that in application material.
So I thought the only thing we were excluded was B in this part. Some people have commented on C and D already, but I'm not excluding you. I just wanted to circle back to B at some point because a number of people said they didn't have agenda item 7D opened. You know.
Thank you, Tom. I must say, I really struggled with this. And because I love the graph that you put up front, and I was taking that towards the aggregation, disaggregation, and suddenly it didn't start making sense anymore. And if I start with the graph and look at the sustainability information that is being reported, those are the disclosures that are out there. They can be very far apart, as you've articulated. Here we have a governance issue, then we have an environmental issue or a social issue, and they are inherently not, they can't be aggregated. You will consider the misstatements in all those areas in the aggregate, but again, that depends on the scope that you have, because the scope will drive what you provide assurance on. So I struggled with a concept of the practitioner requiring to determine the disaggregation and the aggregation. And I think that comes back to the unit of account that we're auditing. What are we providing assurance on? And those are the individual disclosures. And I'm trying to envisage how the practitioner will go about, because it's going to be all these disclosures in there that's being reported, and we need to determine materiality to that specific disclosure. So I don't think there's any disaggregation in there. Well, once you've determined that that disclosure is relevant, then you can figure out how am I going to audit it and what are the components part that make up that bit. Is that the disaggregation you're referring to? Because I was confused. There's a host of questions that come with this, but I think that's for me that is critical. That will the unit of account is important, and the other thing, particularly when it comes to the entity's own developed criteria, but also in the recognized framework criteria, and what we're not, and Julie alluded to it, there is a process for the entity to determine what are the significant disclosures. It is quite well laid out in the EER, but I'm not seeing it back here. And I personally think that management's determination of what the significant disclosures are is critical for this process. And maybe I'm tainted by going concern where their assessment is underlying what we do, but I think that their materiality assessment of significant disclosures needs to play a much firmer role in this. And you'll be hearing me talk about this in a little bit, but for example, in acceptance and continuance, the evaluation of management process, I think would be an element thereof. Well, if that's not in order, we can't accept the engagement. And I think that will drive the disclosures, that will drive also the risk assessment. So that's what I have in mind. And if we have the disclosures set as the unit of account or the element that we determine materiality on. And I appreciate that for an integrated report, you will have to define what, 100 different levels of materiality. That's what we're talking about, or potentially more. If you look at all the FRAC requirements, so be it. The other question then comes up is, here we have two identical companies, it's just theoretically, of course. One is you provide assurance on the entire integrated report. The other one provides assurance on 5 KPIs only, which are also in this integrated reports. Is our expectation that the level of assurance on those KPIs are identical across? Mine would be, because I don't think I can explain to a stakeholder in that particular KPI that when it's part of a larger report, we don't need as much assurance. So I don't see that level and that concept of aggregation in there. And I think that's, so I'm missing that throughout, and it's clouding my thinking over how it's been formulated throughout. And that's in respect of, I guess I'll leave it there for A only.
It's and have had some conversations before this session. I don't think we've been clear enough in what we've articulated that of course you start with what management have and the way that they have cut and diced this. Actually, this concept is, most of it is management. We're only the right-hand boxes really, but the concepts are vital. So I think what I'm hearing from this is we need to be a lot more explicit, a lot more clear that we start with what management produces, the same way we do with a set of financial statements, and then we aggregate, disaggregate, we take into account the way they do it to begin with, and then we look at, is there a better way for us to provide assurance across this information? Should we aggregate all the KPIs? Should we disaggregate all the KPIs? Should we aggregate all of the quantitative information, because we can't do the qualitative information? I mean, but we start with the with what management have done. I mentioned is more or less an afterthought double materiality, but that's where it comes in. When they decide what's significant, what's important to put in their account and in their disclosures. So I think we've got work to do, but we had it in our heads that management were there, we just didn't articulate it. So all of the comments around management are valid, because we didn't articulate it well. The second point is, when I said there was no requirement for performance materiality, we did have it in application material to say you can use it if it's appropriate. So I guess there's a discussion about whether it should be a requirement or application material at some point in time. But I'm very aware it's 5 o'clock and people are starting to look a little weary, even though there's cards up.
Okay, what would you like to, let's finish this round. And then we'll decide what to do next. Len.
Lynn, your explanation, your long explanation is really, really good, very good summary, because I think when I came into a meeting, kind of struggle to go through the material, the chart really helps. Internal discussion group raised all the question Edo might have raised, but what came back is saying, well, just looking at key principle and concept, there's a lot of work to be done. So, so for 2A, definitely supportive approach. One suggestion is perhaps a lot of people trip over the term aggregation, disaggregation, because it's a well understood term in our world. Professional accountants, audit, financial information. We're talking about sustainability information by different topics. It may not be financial statement related. Some might have linkage. whether there's a better word to articulate the concept. In our world, it's great, but in non-practitioner, other professions, whether that's consistent, we don't know. But in our world, 320, 600 has, I don't know, 50, 60 references on disaggregation, aggregation. We have a defined term on aggregation risk, but from financial information perspective. So just something perhaps for the task force to think about.
We've followed the guidance, and if we change the terms, I think don't know if you can make conforming amendments to ER guidance, but we'd have to go back and change the term there.
Okay. Eric, I see Villy and Natalie. Do you want to come in on the clarification point, or? Yeah, Natalie.
So I was just going back to the conversation a few moments ago with Ado. So just on going back to this diagram, so in terms of the criteria, because the entity developed criteria and the framework criteria would determine what topics and what aspects of the topics are disclosed, but would also help determine how the entity aggregates or disaggregates that information. So it's obviously, if it's not in a framework in terms of how they need to aggregate, disaggregate, the entity would need to come up with their own criteria. So I think that's where it was coming through, but agree with Lynn that we maybe didn't articulate that. But if we look at the diagram, the criteria is essentially what is being disclosed by what management is coming up with. And that's why we had that kind of link there into the green box, but we could probably explain that a bit better as well.
Really?
Yes, and I also just wanted to come in on Lynn's explanation of the Ado's comment, and I can I can really understand, Ado, why you are struggling with this. And maybe I don't know if this helps, and if it helps, we will obviously need to go and look at this and in terms of formulating. Just 3 points. I think the one way that you explained it is you said we cannot aggregate, we can only consider the disclosures in aggregate. And I think that's a very important principle, and I do agree with you. I don't think we aggregate. If the scope of the engagement is the sustainability information as a whole or collection of disclosures, we need to with the other diagram that Lynn has, when you identify misstatements, you have to consider them in aggregate. I think the other thing is we are talking shorthand, and we say the auditor disaggregates. It's never the action of the auditor. That was never the intention. It's not the auditor's action to disaggregate. The action is, to put it in simple English, the action is to determine at what level do I need to do my work. So at what is the level at which I have to determine materiality, do my risk assessment and identification, evaluate misstatements. But you're quite right. If that helps you and that isn't what came across, we need to make sure that that comes across.
Because it actually says determines the aggregated level, and so there's an active action by the auditor as currently drafted.
Okay. Josh?
Sorry if I have outcrop marks passed. I have 2 comments about the matter 2 small a. It is important from the perspective of assurance quality and enforcement to establish provisions on how to determine the aggregation and disaggregation of sustainability information rather than using a professional judgment approach. For example, it may be possible to classify sustainability information according to its nature, that is quantitative or quantitative, and the timing, such as past or future, and to establish provisions for each classification based on the differences from audit engagement. In addition, there may be cases where judgment is made by aggregation across topics, for example, climate change and biological diversity, and such consideration is also necessary in this document. The second one, as mentioned by Julie, I think the materiality should be clearly stated in the standard, because there are 2 types of materiality, not double materiality. One applied by the preparer, and the other is applied by the auditor as a performance materiality. That is, thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
I wish I was coming up with something new, but certainly from the outreach I had, there was really strong support for the diagram, and people could understand how those bits fit together in the diagram. And to Willie's points about how the work is broken down for the purpose of the engagement, etc., like that, those concepts people understood, similar to going group audits, kind of the same ideas. It was just the words aggregation, the disaggregation. That's when the house of cards kind of fell apart. So like, are we now taking management's information and breaking it into smaller pieces, which of course was not the intent. So that's and it was also news to me, I guess, on the EER guidance that it's already been used. And so how you reconcile that, I'm not sure, but that was the only sort of concern. And under 2A was just the terminology. Thank you.
I think we've got some clear guidance in 2 areas that we just need to clarify, which is good, but it's been an excellent discussion. Thank you. And we'll come back and do on Thursday B, C, and D. And I think Claire's got her card up.
Claire, you have a card up?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I was just going to make one comment, and I won't go into detail now, that Edo was mentioning about the process that the entity goes through to identify the topics and aspects to be reported. That was my understanding of what you raised earlier on, and how that feeds in, and that we don't touch on that. So I just wanted to reassure you that we will cover that. And we do cover that to some degree, maybe not to the extent you'd like, in the preconditions in the section on acceptance and continuance, and we'll describe that more for you on Wednesday afternoon. So I hope that will help, and it may be that will help, and it may be we can flow that through a bit more. Thanks.
Based upon the smile, Edo's prepared for that discussion already. Yeah, he's ready.
Yeah, but we will, we're a little bit now ahead of time, which is great. So the first session on tomorrow, tomorrow will be on B, C, and D, and then we'll do definitions.
Okay. This is getting a little head start. A couple of things here before we break. First of all, thank you for a great day. I wanted to echo again a point that Lynn made earlier about how I think it's a success of a board when we could actually have disagreements and discuss issues in a robust fashion around the table. I think that's we've made progress on that front, and I think that's a sign of a healthy debate. Secondly, thank you to everyone for all their prep for today. Lots goes into where we are today. We had 3 very important public interest topics on the agenda today. And everyone talks about being agile, but we've been agile. In other words, we've been borrowing and stealing resources too, and asking a lot of people to get our work done. I think on this, just a general, and as what you're saying, even in your response to Yosh earlier today, is that this really all is a bit of a work in draft and constantly iterative. And that's not a bad thing. That's how standard setters should. We should not be just iterating on a quarterly basis when we meet. So this is very much a living document that will evolve, and it evolves based upon the discussions here. It's going to evolve based upon our reference group discussions. It's going to evolve based on all the outreach we're doing, and also all the work that's being done internally. So that's terrific. I don't know if you have any last words you want to say. You sort of set us up for where we're going to recommence tomorrow.
Just thank you very much to everybody. We know this is a tall ask, but the fact that everybody is obviously so well prepared is enormously gratifying. And just a final, once again, thanks to the Army, because the Army, you know, has remember the Army's march on their stomachs. So feel free to feed us at any point in time. With that I'm done.
Billy, you have a couple of administrative notes to make?
Just one comment, Tom. I just want to ask the board members if you can be in a little bit earlier tomorrow morning. So let's say 10, I think we start at 9 again, 10 minutes before the start. If you received all your rocket books yesterday, so don't be embarrassed if you haven't figured out using it yet. So what we'll do is we will show a little video tomorrow in that 10 minutes before the meeting starts that shows you how that rocket book works and what the functionality is and all of that. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Does it come with all the answers when you start, right? No. That I feel like we got gypped a little bit on that. Anyway, thank you for today. Great sessions. Have a restful evening. I know many of you will continue your conversations after we leave this room. And I look forward to tomorrow where we bring back the LCE discussion. You should have received a paper, a short paper already from, I think it came via Amy. And then we'll turn to listed entity and PI. And then after lunch, back to sustainability. So see you again tomorrow morning.